Chapter 1180. Could it be that the Xuanwu dragon sect lied to me? They didn't let them go at all? Earth Lord Gu Ming was furious. If that was really the case, he would be completely enraged. He had sacrificed his freedom to work for the Xuanwu dragon sect so that they could be free. In the end, he had been cheated. One could imagine how he felt. I think so. At least when I found them, they were on the brink of death. They had no choice but to escape by themselves. Otherwise, they would have killed them all after they were used. Yi Tianyan shook his head. It was foolish of him to believe in such a cunning force. The reason why they killed them was because they felt that there was no use in keeping them. As for promoting them and making them their own people, that was too difficult. He had been mistreating them previously. Who knew if they would betray him? The best way was to kill them all. Only the dead wouldn't betray him. On the other hand, Earth Lord Gu Ming would treat them better. This was mainly because Earth Lord Gu Ming's standards were higher. He was a Tier 3 god alchemist. This was a pretty good standard. How could they not try to keep him? Especially since elixirs consumed the most, a god alchemist status here was undoubtedly rather high. Damn it! Earth Lord Gu Ming punched the furnace heavily. The scorching furnace caved in from his punch. The extremely high temperature was burning his fist, but he didn't feel it at all. This action naturally attracted the attention of the guards outside. They rushed in immediately. When they saw Yi Tianyan and Earth Lord Gu Ming, they were first stunned. Just as they were about to shout, Yi Tianyan had already charged in front of them. Yi Tianyan grabbed the guard's head and pressed it against the ground. With a loud bang, the guard was pressed against the ground. He couldn't move at all. His movements were restricted, and he couldn't move at all. Earth Lord Gu Ming looked over in shock. He didn't expect Yi Tianyan to suppress his opponent so easily. If you shout, I don't mind crushing your head. Yi Tianyan warned from the side. The guard shivered. He felt so powerless. He couldn't defend against the attack of the invader. He didn't say anything, which meant that he agreed. Yi Tianyan looked up at Earthly Lord Gu Ming and said in a deep voice, "You can ask him now. Ask him about the real situation." Earth Lord Gu Ming turned to the guards and said in a deep voice, "Did you promise me that you would let my companions go?" The guard hesitated and glanced at Yi Tianyan. He didn't know if he could speak. He still wanted to live. "Say it. If there's even half a lie, you can forget about your head." Yi Tianyan said in a low voice, I'll tell you, they didn't let your companions go. They were all placed on other planets. As for what happened, I don't know," the guard hurriedly explained. His knowledge was very limited, and it was already good enough that he could say a part of it. There were some that he didn't even know a bit about. "Fine, then go to hell." Yi Tianyan pressed down on the guard, and with a bang, he turned into a bloody mist. He couldn't be more dead. Letting him go? These were all bullshit. He wouldn't show any mercy to the people from the Xuanwu dragon sect. Damn it, you really lied to me. Earthly Lord Gu Ming was shocked and angry. His face turned green and white. It was very ugly. Then escape with me now. We'll settle the score with the Xuanwu dragon sect later. If Yi Tianyan was alone, he wouldn't be worried. Now that Earthly Lord Gu Ming wasn't in a good position to fight, it was better to escape. "No, I can't escape." Earthly Lord Gu Ming shook his head, his face full of pain. "You can't escape?" Yi Tianyan frowned. "Yes." Earthly Lord Gu Ming pulled up his sleeve, and there was a slave mark on it. "The city lord here forced me to make a slave mark. Otherwise, he wouldn't let Lord Feng Tiendi and the others leave. At the same time, I have to listen to the city lord's orders. The order I received is that I can't leave this place until I serve for 10,000 years. His eyes were filled with anger, but he couldn't do anything. The slave mark was here and he couldn't leave. If Yi Tianyan dragged him away by force, Earthly Lord Gu Ming would struggle and force his way back here because of the mark. Even if he was knocked unconscious, he could still be taken away. When he woke up, he would keep running back here. This was an order. The slave imprint was so terrifying. As long as it was not removed, it would always be the master of the slave imprint. Until the city lord changed the order to something else, he would continue to obey this order. Damn it! Itianyan was infuriated in his heart. This guy was simply a beast. Forget about the slave oath he made. He didn't even let Feng Tiandi and the others go. Instead, he forced them to work for him. This was a complete violation of his previous promise. It was impossible for the city lord to make an oath. How could he make an oath when their statuses were not equal? Don't even talk about taking revenge on the city lord. I can see that he doesn't even have the slightest bit of combat power. Fury blazed in earthly monarch Gu Ming's eyes. Shortly after, he turned cold and shook his head. This is the fate of the weak. If we didn't agree to the oath back then, all of us would be finished. They did not want to die. It was not that they were afraid of death, but if they died, everything would be over. Earthly Lord Gu Ming would rather become a slave in exchange for the freedom of the other two, who knew that the city lord would not keep his promise and go back on his words. Come to think of it, would a robber keep his promise? Looks like there's only one way. Itianyan squinted his eyes. What is it? Earthly Lord Gu Ming looked up at him. Kill the city lord and all the oaths will disappear, Itianyan said. You're crazy. Earthly Lord Gu Ming quickly said, the city lord here is a Sir God. You're strong, but can you take on a Sir God? Fellow Taoist, thank you for your kindness. I appreciate your kindness, but I can only compromise and pretend that I don't know anything. I originally planned to use the resources here to improve my cultivation. After serving for 10,000 years, I will leave this place. Now it seems that they won't let me go even after 10,000 years. Earthly Lord Gu Ming shook his head. I can only improve myself and hope that one day I will have the power to fight them. These are the elixirs that I've hidden. Since you're here, give them to improve their cultivation. This was the only outcome he could choose. To him, Itianyan's cultivation was not bad. He could kill the Lord of Heaven in an instant. But guards and city lord were two different things. Guards could be everywhere, but there was only one city lord, and he was a Sir God. Itianyan did not accept the elixirs. Instead, he was touched. Even in this desperate situation, he did not forget his two old friends. Chapter 1181. The city lord of Gu Yuan planet was a Sir God. This didn't surprise Itianyan at all. Instead, he felt that it was normal. If such a huge planet didn't even have a powerhouse, it would be easily conquered. Not to mention Gu Yuan planet, even places like Feilong City would have powerful city lord. It was just that Itianyan didn't start a conflict, so they didn't fight. It was different now. If he wanted to take Earth Lord Gu Ming away, he had to kill the city lord or force the city lord to change his oath. Otherwise, Earth Lord Gu Ming wouldn't be able to leave and could only stay here for 10,000 years. After 10,000 years, he didn't know what would happen. He reckoned that the city lord would go back on his word again. Seeing that Itianyan really wanted to fight the city lord, Earth Lord Gu Ming was even more anxious. He hurriedly stopped in front of him and said, Friend, don't be rash. You're quite strong now. If you continue to break through, you'll definitely be able to kill the city lord. There's still a lot of time. As long as I don't make any mistakes, the city lord won't kill me. So there's no need to be so anxious. He didn't want to watch Itianyan throw away his life. It wasn't that he didn't want to escape, but if he didn't have any chance of winning, he would be throwing away his life. Don't worry, I won't joke around with my life. Wait for me here, Itianyan said, turned and rushed out. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared in front of Earth Lord Gu Ming. He didn't even have time to react. Sigh. Earth Lord Gu Ming punched the furnace. With a dong sound, the furnace was sent flying by his punch. Flames scattered everywhere and started to burn. He was extremely angry. More importantly, he had been fooled. Now he could only wait here, which made him look very useless. If he followed along, not only would he not be of any help, but he would also become a burden. As long as the city lord gave the order, Earth Lord Guming would immediately turn around and fight with Yi Tianyan. He wouldn't be able to resist at all. At the same time, in the imperial city of Gu Yuan planet, City Lord Huang Jian looked at the captured divine alchemy masters. They were all kneeling on the ground. Their faces were filled with anger. But now that they were imprisoned, they could not resist at all. I'll give you two choices now. One is to die, and the other is to swear a slave oath and obey my orders for 10,000 years. After 10,000 years, not only will you be given freedom, but you will also be given a lot of resources. If you perform well, I'll give you a high position. Of course, if you don't want anything and want to leave, you're more than welcome. City Lord Huang Jian looked at them with a smile. His face was filled with kindness, as if he was harmless to both humans and animals. After hearing Huang Jian City Lord's words, some of the people's eyes lit up. They felt that this method was feasible. Being able to join the Xuanwu dragon sect was not a bad idea. After all, they were all rogue cultivators now. It was indeed possible for them to join a force. However, if they were to become slaves, they would not have any freedom and would be completely restricted, especially for 10,000 years. That was really too long. Whether or not they could live for 10,000 years was another matter. The cultivators who were captured were all second or third refinement Earth monarchs. Every 1,000 years, they had to pass a heavenly tribulation. If they couldn't withstand it, the next time they would be finished. I can listen to your orders, but I don't want to swear a slave oath. One of them chose to object. If they were branded with a slave oath, they would lose everything. City Lord Huang Jian squinted his eyes and smiled faintly. Didn't you hear what I said just now? There are only two choices. There are no other choices. That person's expression stiffened. He immediately rejected. I'm a divine alchemy master. No matter what, I can't swear a slave oath. I can work for you, but I definitely can't swear a slave oath. Then go and die for me. City Lord Huang Jian waved his hand, and a cold light shot out. This cultivator was blasted into a mist of blood, leaving a small pool of blood on the ground. The cultivators at the side were shocked. A living person was killed in an instant, just like that. I wonder if there's anyone else who didn't hear what I said. City Lord Huang Jian revealed a faint smile. My patience is limited. I don't like it when people think for too long. There's nothing wrong with a slave oath. There are a lot of people around me who have sworn slave oaths. Isn't a slave oath the best way to make people believe you? As a divine alchemy master on my side, I've come into contact with many things. If you smuggle some personal goods, wouldn't I be at a disadvantage? If you want me to believe you, you need to swear a slave oath. After swearing it, everything else will be easy. What's yours will be yours. To these new members, the simplest and most violent method was to swear a slave oath. They would answer whatever they were asked and do whatever they were told to do. This would save them a lot of trouble, and they wouldn't have to worry about betrayal. Seeing how City Lord Huang Jian killed them without any hesitation, their hearts trembled. They could only grit their teeth and agree. Either they swear a slave oath or they die. There was no other choice. Very quickly, they all chose to swear a slave oath. After all, they could eat and drink while here. All they had to do was listen to orders. After swearing the oath, this group of divine alchemy masters were sent away to concoct pills. After they were sent away, City Lord Huang Jian looked at their backs and sneered. After swearing a slave oath, they still want to leave? What a bunch of idiots. Work hard for me. Even if you die, you have to die here. City Lord Huang Jian naturally wouldn't let them leave. With so many divine alchemy masters, they could keep concocting pills for him, and they wouldn't betray him. Where would he find these people? He would definitely squeeze them dry, and not let them leave. As expected of bandits, none of them keep their promises. If you don't keep your promise, it has nothing to do with me. However, if you offend my people, then it has something to do with me. A figure slowly walked over from the side. He just walked in from the side door. He didn't try to sneak in or anything like that. He just walked in openly. He was Eteonian. He witnessed the whole process from the outside. As expected of one of the leaders of the bandits, keeping his promise was Boolsh *T. It was useless to reason with them and keep their promises. He could understand this point. If one wanted to survive in this world, being honest was equivalent to courting death. Although I don't know you, it seems like you have confidence to walk in so confidently. I wonder which faction sent you here? Or are you the guy who caused trouble in my faction recently? City, Lord Huang Jian narrowed his eyes and sized up Eteonian. He wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he wanted to ask first. However, after sizing up Eteonian for a moment, he realized that he couldn't see through Eteonian's true strength. In a daze, he felt that Eteonian was an Earth monarch. However, he had no idea what level he was at. Chapter 1182. City Lord Huang Jian looked calm and didn't get angry right away. He looked at the captured cultivators with a harmless expression. It was obvious that his disguise was a common occurrence. He looked normal and didn't have any intention of attacking. In fact, the arrays around him were activated and all the escape routes were sealed. He wouldn't let the intruder escape. He wanted to force out the identity of the intruder, especially now that the intruder had barged into his city. It was a slap to his face. So many guards couldn't stop an intruder, and an Earth Lord at that. How could he not feel humiliated? Following that, he became more cautious. If he could come alone, he wouldn't have come if he wasn't confident. You don't need to know that. All you need to know is that I'm here to kill you. Eteonian smiled. He looked as calm and friendly as City, Lord Huang Jian. But internally, he was already prepared to attack. He came in from the front instead of a sneak attack. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but it was useless against a God Lord. His reaction and discernment abilities were far beyond the level of the Lord of Heaven. From the detailed data provided by the appraisal eye, he knew how terrifying the other party was. He was only at level 1 God Lord, but his combat power was already over 7 million star power. It was quite terrifying. Eteonian had only broken through to level 10 of the Earth Lord cultivation, but he only had 300,000 star power. Compared to City, Lord Huang Jian, the difference was more than 20 times. Eteonian's 300,000 star power was stronger than most of the Lord of Heaven. It was basically equivalent to level 4 or 5 of the Lord of Heaven, but against a God Lord the pressure was multiplied. Of course, he could still accept it. If he wasn't confident, he wouldn't have come. After all, if the difference was too great, he would be courting death. You want to kill me? City Lord Huang Jian sized him up and found it funny. There are at least 8,000 people who want to kill me. You're just an Earth Lord? Before he finished his sentence, Eteonian's eyes turned cold and he disappeared on the spot. City Lord Huang Jian's pupils shrunk and he quickly threw a punch behind him. Almost instantly, City Lord Huang Jian's combat power skyrocketed, rushing to 22 million star power points in one go. His arms glowed with a golden light as if it was plated with a layer of gold. Boom! Violent fists collided with fists, and the shocking impact caused him to retreat a few steps. His arm was almost broken. A sense of danger emerged from the depths of his heart. How could an Earth Lord's strength reach such a level? Fortunately, his equipment was not bad and he reacted in time. Otherwise, he would have been blown to smithereens. This power! Huang Jian City, Lord's heart sank as he looked at Eteonian in disbelief. No matter how he looked at Eteonian, he felt that Eteonian was only at the level of Earth Monarch. Eteonian's burst of power is naturally not weak. He directly burst out the crazy damage mode. 64 times damage is stacked on top of that. The strength that Eteonian unleashed was naturally not weak. It exploded with a crazy damage mode, and 64 times the damage was stacked on top of each other. As expected of a god lord, the foundation of his combat power is too high. Yi Tianyun's eyes turned cold. He didn't stop and charged forward. The Tianqin divine spear appeared in his hand. He had to admit that this weapon was a little weak, but this was the only one he could use. He had to forge a stronger one for himself. Next time. Divine Dragon Bloodline, activate. Phoenix Bloodline, activate. Violent Sky Technique, activate. The 3 abilities were activated at the same time, and his combat power skyrocketed from 23 million to 29 million star power points. The stacked effect of the 3 abilities was a total of 6 million star power. His combat power once again climbed to a new peak. The Tianqin divine spear in his hand started to vibrate crazily, as if it was going to explode at any time. Yi Tianyun's strength was so strong that the Tianqin divine spear couldn't take it anymore. Imperial Overlord Technique. City Lord Huang Jian roared in anger and displayed a low-rank heaven's Dao martial art. His entire body glowed with a golden light, as if he was a supreme being releasing his majesty. His aura surged out in all directions, forcing everyone to bow their heads in submission. City Lord Huangjian was most proud of this inferior grade, heavenly Dao martial art. It allowed him to become a good city lord in the Xianlong Dragon sect. After performing the Imperial Overlord technique, the shocking martial art caused his combat power to increase rapidly. On top of his original foundation, his strength was stacked 5 times. This caused his overall combat power to jump to over 57 million star power. It seemed like it was only a 5 times increase in strength, which was even worse than the Violent Sky technique. In fact, if he really used the Violent Sky technique, it definitely wouldn't be 5 times. At most, it would be 2 times. The stronger one's cultivation, the weaker the effect of previous martial arts. After all, the level of martial arts was there, and the power that could be unleashed was naturally very limited. However, it was already very terrifying to be able to unleash 1 or 2 times the original strength. With the foundation, how could it not be terrifying? It was already very terrifying to be able to unleash this much power. From the original 7 million points of star power to 57 million points of star power, such a leap made one's heart palpitate. This wasn't even the strongest power of the Imperial Overlord technique. If he cultivated it to the later stages, the power would undoubtedly be even more shocking. A mere Earth monarch dares to be so arrogant in front of me. City Lord Huangjian roared, and a long sword appeared in his hand. He slashed at Yi Tianyun's waist. At the same time, he triggered the violent heavenly Dao power in the surroundings to gather towards him. Heavenly Dao power? Yi Tianyun sneered and quickly stepped on the void. With a boom, City Lord Huangjian's combat power was reduced by almost half. He was only left with 37 million star power. This was the power of the heavenly Dao. Because City Lord Huangjian's heavenly Dao power wasn't as overbearing as Yi Tianyun's, he was directly suppressed by the title. However, it wasn't as perverted as suppressing the Lord of Heaven and the Earth Monarch. It could only suppress a small portion. It was a pity that the damage wasn't doubled. After all, the opponent was a divine lord, not the Lord of Heaven or the Earth Monarch. What's going on? My power? City Lord Huangjian's heart trembled. His originally vast power was suddenly cut in half. How could he not be shocked? He only felt that the Yi Tianyun standing in front of him wasn't that small. Instead, it was like a giant standing in front of him. But when he saw the shadow behind Yi Tianyun, he lost his voice and shouted, 10 Refining Earth Monarch. Chapter 1183. 10th Refinement Earth Lord. City Lord Huangjian was completely dumbfounded. He had never seen a 10th Refinement Earth Lord before. 9th Refinement Earth Lord was already the limit. This was common sense. But common sense was shattered in front of him. Ninth refinement Earth Lord wasn't the limit. There was still the 10th refinement Earth Lord. The 10 thick chains behind Tianyin looked like the power of the heavenly Tao, and they were constantly buffing Tianyin. Even though City Lord Huangjin had broken through to Divine Lord, his original heavenly Tao chains didn't disappear. One could still see that there were 6 heavenly Tao chains. Compared to Tianyun's 10 heavenly Tao chains, it was simply a pile of trash. This was the suppression of strength. Even if one's cultivation was inferior, the suppression of the essence of energy was different. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Tianyun's eyes flashed. The spear in his hand spun rapidly, turning into a tornado in the air. In this tornado, countless specks of vast starlight appeared. The void above his head continued to pour down the power of stars, enveloping Tianyun's body. Boundless God art, starry sky suppression, high-grade, heavenly Tao martial art was displayed by him. After cultivating for so long, it was finally time to take it out for a walk. When he displayed it, a sky full of stars appeared above his head. Originally, there wasn't a single star in the sky, but now there were countless stars enveloping him. Each star constantly reinforced him, and with each reinforcement his combat power soared to a new level. In the end, it directly soared to 25 times combat power. Boom! Tianyin originally had about 30 million star power, but with the addition of more than 12 million star power, it immediately erupted to more than 40 million star power. Even relying on high-grade heavenly Tao martial art, he still couldn't completely surpass the other party's strength. Fortunately, with the suppression of the absolute title, the other party's combat power was greatly reduced. Now, after the eruption of power, he had reached an existence that could crush the other party. This move is for you to repay your debt, bastard. Tianyin turned into a meteor, piercing toward City Lord Huangjin. The surrounding starry sky continued to descend, suppressing the eruption of power from City Lord Huangjin. Even if there was a grand formation here, it would be of no use. City Lord Huangjin naturally wouldn't sit still and wait for his death. He braced himself and charged forward. However, with his current strength, he couldn't compare to Tianyin. No! City Lord Huangjin let out a blood-curdling scream before he was engulfed by Tianyin, who had turned into a meteor. Accompanied by an extreme explosion, the entire imperial city was lifted up. The guards who had come over were all turned into dust by the power of the stars. They couldn't be more dead. Successfully killed Huangjin City Lord. Reward: 67 EXP, 5 Crazy Point for SBS. Obtained Martial Arts, Imperial Tyrant Art, Imperial Tyrant Divine Sword, High Grade Reincarnation Grade, Imperial Tyrant Armor, High Grade Reincarnation Grade, Imperial Tyrant Divine Pill, temporarily increases strength by 10 times, Hovering Dragon Sect Map, Rare, Hovering Dragon Sect Key, Rare. After killing Huangjin City Lord, he received a huge amount of experience. 67 compressed experience points were equivalent to 7 trillion experience points, which made him exclaim in satisfaction. This doesn't include the EXP of the guards outside. It directly increased his EXP by a lot. If he continues like this, it won't be difficult to break through to the level of Lord of Heaven. A divine emperor was killed by him. If it wasn't for the suppression of the title, even if he had a high-grade heavenly path martial art, he would still be suppressed. After all, in the later stages, Huangjin City Lord's power has reached more than 50 million star power, which is far beyond the limit of the current Tianyin. Fortunately, he is still in the early stage of Divine Emperor. If he is stronger, the effect of the title will be even weaker. Tianyin shook his head. If Huangjin City Lord is an 8th Refining Earth Lord, then the suppression of the title will be even weaker. At that time, it won't be easy to deal with him. It will take more power to suppress him. Of course, if he can't beat Huangjin City Lord, then he will run away instead of choosing to stay here. Even if he can't beat Huangjin City Lord, running away is not a problem. After killing this Huangjin city lord, he began to plunder the place, taking away all the valuables in this place. He always plundered, these are all resources. The next time he returns to the Three Realms, he can give them to Shi Shuiyun and the rest. After plundering, he quickly went to look for Earth Lord Guming. Earth Lord Guming paced back and forth in the alchemy room, his face full of surprise and disbelief, looking at the mark on his arm from time to time. There is no mark on his arm, which means that Huangjin City Lord has been killed, or else the mark will not disappear. Fortunately, the oath they made wasn't an oath to live and die together. Even if Huangjin City Lord died, they would die together with him. That would be a tragedy. Earth Lord Guming, what's wrong? Yi Tianyan walked in and saw him pacing back and forth. He couldn't help but smile. You really did it? Earth Lord Guming's eyes lit up when he saw him coming in. He rushed over and exclaimed in surprise, "What do you think?" Yi Tianyan smiled. "That's unbelievable. That's a divine lord. You actually killed a divine lord. That's unbelievable. How can there be such a genius in the Three Realms? Could it be that you have been hiding your strength, and you are actually a divine lord?" Earth Lord Guming really couldn't believe that someone could kill someone of a higher level. "I am indeed an Earth Monarch," Yi Tianyan said with a smile. This Earth Lord Guming's mind went blank, and he didn't know what to say. He still couldn't believe it. How could he kill someone of a higher level like that? Don't think too much. The Heaven and Earth Creator and the rest are waiting for us outside. Yi Tianyan gestured for Earth Lord Guming not to think too much, and quickly flew out with him. At the same time, they had to leave this place as soon as possible to prevent any unforeseen events. The Qianlong Dragon Sect is not a weak force. They have a few divine lords, and this is probably the weakest. If a few divine lords appear, it will be hard for him to deal with them. Immediately, they left this place quickly and gathered with the Heaven and Earth Creator and the rest. After gathering, Yi Tianyan brought them back to the Three Realms, and they wouldn't continue to stay in the Three Heavens' divine territory any longer. When they completely left this place, the divine lords from the other planets finally arrived. They had just received the news and rushed over immediately. Seeing that the imperial city in front of them had been blown up, all of their faces turned green. "Investigate thoroughly, find out who that guy is." "Yes, go to the Moon Spirit Pavilion and see if we can find out who that guy is." The three experts who appeared were all divine lords, and they represented the highest strength of the Qianlong Dragon Sect. Now that one of their companions had died, how could they calm down? Chapter 1184. When the three divine monarchs of the Xuanwu Dragon Sect arranged for people to investigate the situation, one of them went straight to the Moon Spirit Pavilion to ask for information. The old man was still leisurely fanning himself. Even when the expert rushed in, he still maintained the same expression without any expression. "I want to find information about a person." The Lord of Treasure Star City revealed a frightening gaze with a murderous aura. "Are you looking for the murderer of City, Lord Huangjian?" The old man smiled while fanning himself. "That's right." The Lord of Treasure Star City was startled. He didn't even say anything, and the old man answered for him. "There's no information. This person is too mysterious. We don't know his true identity." The old man continued fanning himself and didn't seem to have any intention of getting up. "We don't know his true identity." The Lord of Treasure Star City's eyes darkened. "Even the Moon Spirit Pavilion can't find any information." "It's true that we are collecting information, but if the other party hides his identity, we can't do anything about it. Especially if he comes and goes alone. We won't know his true identity." The old man replied leisurely. The Lord of Treasure Star City frowned. This wasn't the answer he wanted. "Then hurry up and collect it for me. The price is negotiable," the Lord of Treasure Star City said in a deep voice. "Don't worry, I will tell you after I collect it." The old man fanned himself slowly and closed his eyes as if he was sleeping. The Lord of Treasure Star City snorted coldly and turned to leave. He didn't make things difficult for the old man. After the Lord of Treasure Star City left, the old man opened his eyes slowly and smiled. Interesting. Really interesting. I didn't expect you to have the strength to defeat a divine monarch. Did I make a mistake? You're not an Earth monarch. This matter is really worthy of celebration. I have to inform the sect master. At the same time, Tianyin had already returned to the three realms with Lord Heaven and Earth Creator and the others. Naturally, he wouldn't fly with the three of them. The speed was too slow. The simplest way was to let them hide in the planets in their bodies. With a teleportation divine stone, they could easily return to the three realms. If they flew back, it would take a few years. It was undoubtedly a waste of time. Three realms. This is the three realms. We are back. When they appeared in the air above the three realms, their hearts were filled with excitement. Sensing such a familiar aura, they couldn't help but be excited. After being outside for so long, he could finally return. Soon after, when they investigated, all of them were shocked. They discovered that the situation inside had undergone an earth-shattering change. There were as many experts as the clouds. It was much better than the situation before they left. Among them, there were dozens of God King experts and star venerates. Compared to the few they had back then, they were much stronger. This change is too big. The three of them turned to look at Tianyin. Without a doubt, it was all thanks to Tianyin that they could become like this. I brought back all the resources I obtained from the outside world for them to use. Tianyin smiled faintly. We are really ashamed of our inferiority. They shook their heads. This was the first time they had returned after so many years. On the other hand, Tianyin had already provided so many resources for the three realms. The three realms had undergone great changes. At least it had the ability to protect itself. There wouldn't be any experts that could pressure the three realms to the point of suffocation. You guys have done very well. If it wasn't for you, the three realms would have been destroyed. Let's go down and take a look. Tianyin smiled and gestured for them to go back and take a look. The three of them nodded. They wanted to go back and see how their descendants were doing. One by one, they returned to their respective regions. As they hadn't returned for a long time, their descendants basically didn't recognize them. However, they still had the corresponding bloodline in their bodies. It was impossible for them to be completely severed. Tianyin also went back and reunited with Shuiyun and the others. They had just left for a short period of time. They returned so quickly. Their separation was really short. After a simple reunion, the three of them returned. They had already heard about Tianyun's previous achievements. They were very shocked. They felt that Tianyin was the true guardian of the three realms. Without them, he could still protect the three realms. The changes are really great. The descendants are basically in decline. All of them shook their heads. Only the Fengtian Divine Kingdom fared slightly better. The other two clans were in a much worse state. Fortunately, with the support of Tianyin, the situation improved greatly. However, it was still not as glorious as before. They could only gradually recover. What are your plans now? Tianyin looked at them and asked. I will stay here temporarily. I don't plan to go to the deity domain. I plan to nurture my descendants here. Yes, I think so too. Nurture your descendants first. Only then will they be able to roam the world in the future. I don't need to nurture any descendants. With Tianyin here, I am really honored as an ancestor. However, even if I don't nurture any descendants, I plan to stay here and rest with you two old fellows. Fengtian Lord was the biggest winner. He was grinning from ear to ear. After confirming, he finally knew that Tianyin was really his descendant. This made him extremely happy. However, they were all tired. They had been running around for too long. At least they had to rest here. Since that's the case, you 3 seniors should rest here. Tianyan did not say anything else. They had been running around outside for a long time. They were indeed too tired. Don't worry, we will go out very soon. The outside world is indeed more abundant. The 3 of them looked at each other and smiled. It's not good for us to stay in the 3 realms all the time. It will erase our fighting spirit. The 3 of them were only resting here, temporarily. They were still full of yearning for the outside world. If they were to stay here forever, there would really be nothing to pursue. Although the outside world was full of danger, they were still full of passion. All right, I will leave the 3 realms to you to protect. Tianyan smiled. He would not continue to stay here. There were still many things he needed to do. His next goal was to kill his way to the evil spirit race. After fighting with the Divine Lord, he realized that he had the power to fight against a Divine Lord. Since that was the case, he could go to the evil spirit race to seek justice. Previously, he had always been suppressed, but now it was his turn to take the initiative to attack. Of course, he would not go there in this state. Don't forget, in his inventory, there was always an evil spirit race puppet that could allow him to go deep into the enemy without anyone noticing. Chapter 1185. The matter of Lord of Heaven and Earth has been solved. The biggest problem now is to improve his cultivation and then attack the cultivation of the Lord of Heaven. However, there are still a lot of things that need to be improved. Even with 5 heavenly Tao martial arts, it's still not enough to face the heavenly tribulation. The divine monarch level heavenly tribulation is much stronger than the Huangjian city Lord. Tianyan compared and felt the gap between the 2 is not small. It can be said that the heavenly tribulation is a level stronger than the Huangjian city Lord. However, it's not much stronger. Just a small level stronger is enough to make him suffer. His title can suppress the Lord of Heaven and even the divine monarch, but it is powerless against the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation is the representation of the extreme heavenly Tao, so he is still slightly inferior. This title can't be used, so to fight against the heavenly tribulation, he needs to improve in all aspects. If he wants to improve, he needs a lot of crazy points. Harassing the evil spirit race is undoubtedly a very good idea. He immediately teleported back to the 3 heavens divine realm. He wanted to go to the moon spirit pavilion to ask about the current situation of the evil spirit race. He doesn't know the movement of the evil spirit race and the location of the evil spirit race, but the moon spirit pavilion should know. Soon, he returned to the moon spirit pavilion. He doesn't need to disguise himself. After all, when he suppressed the Xianlong dragon sect, he didn't use his real face to deal with them. Since the moon spirit pavilion can recognize him, then the Xianlong dragon sect can also find out his origin. In order not to cause any trouble for the heavenly spring divine realm, he naturally chose to hide his identity. This time, there is no need to hide his identity. Anyway, there is no conflict. When he returned to the moon spirit pavilion, the old man quickly opened his eyes. A bright light burst out, looking at him from head to toe, as if he wants to see through him. But after looking for a long time, he can still see that the old man has the cultivation of Earth Monarch, not the Lord of Heaven, and not the cultivation of Divine Monarch. This made his eyes full of doubt. It is very unbelievable. I don't know why Senior keeps staring at me. Is there something on my face? Tianyan smiled. City Lord Huangjian was killed. Was it you? The old man narrowed his eyes and asked. Why do you say that? City Lord Huangjian has the cultivation of a god monarch, while I am merely an earth monarch. How could I possibly kill City Lord Huangjian? Tianyan smiled faintly. As far as I know, of the 3 friends you want to take away, one of them has made a slave oath with Huangjian City Lord. If you want to take it away, either Huangjian City Lord dies or Huangjian City Lord cancels the slave oath. The old man had quite a lot of information. He basically knew everything about this area. If the Moon Spirit Pavilion, which specialized in selling information, did not even have the most basic information, then there was no need for it to exist. Tianyin squinted his eyes. This old man had deduced a lot of things, but he would not admit it. I'm not too sure about that. It just so happened that Huangjian City, Lord offended someone and was killed by his enemy. Tianyin shrugged his shoulders and smiled. In any case, it has nothing to do with me. I'm quite lucky to have encountered this matter. The old man narrowed his eyes and looked at Tianyin. He wanted to see something from Tianyin's expression. However, after looking for a long time, he could not see anything and could only give up. All right then, what information do you want this time? The old man's eyes were still filled with suspicion. He felt that Tianyin was definitely lying. He either did it himself or he had a helper. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? He just happened to save someone and came to his enemy? No matter what, he was not willing to believe it. I want to know the latest news about the evil spirit race and their location. Tianyin asked straightforwardly. Latest news about the evil spirit race? The old man looked him up and down and said in shock, Could it be that the evil spirit race offended you? The evil spirit race is not easy to deal with. They seem to be a grade 2 god realm force, but who knows how many god realms they have colluded with. And they even have many powerful forces. According to the rumors, the evil spirit race might already be a grade 3 god realm, but they are keeping a low profile and did not enter the grade 3 god realm area. The evil spirit race has indeed offended me. Whether it's a grade 2 god realm or a grade 3 god realm, you only need to tell me the news. Tianyin said indifferently, Just tell me the fee, and you don't need to care about the rest. The old man narrowed his eyes and looked at him. He leaned back on the chair and waved his fan slowly. He smiled and said, All right, this can be considered a kind of training. But do you know why the evil spirit race still exists even though everyone wants to kill them? I think it's more because they have the support of some experts. Tianyin said indifferently. That's right. For them to be able to survive for so long and even eradicate those god realms that wanted to exterminate the evil spirit race, they must have a powerful expert supporting them from behind. According to the rumors, they have a grade 4 god realm as their backer. Do you think you can still deal with them? The old man seemed to be very talkative and wanted to chat more with him. A grade 4 god realm as their backer? Tianyin's eyes narrowed. This was a little unexpected. That's right, that's just a rumor. In any case, it's not that easy to deal with them. It's fine if you want to play around, as long as you don't go too deep and hurt the evil spirit race's foundation. They won't take revenge. The prerequisite is that you have to hide your identity well. If you're recognized, I'm afraid you'll implicate the forces you belong to. Tianyin was not a fool. He didn't even dare to show his true face when dealing with the Xianlong Dragon sect. If he wanted to show his true face, there was only one possibility, and that was if he had absolute invincible strength. That way, he would have nothing to fear. I understand this point. Tianyin nodded. He definitely wouldn't kill his way over directly. Instead, he would sneak in and see the real situation inside. He wanted to see what exactly was going on with the evil spirit race. The old man flicked his hand, and an astrolabe landed in his palm. He smiled and said, This is the rough distribution of the evil spirit race. We don't know the details, but it's not that easy to infiltrate. If we casually infiltrate, even our Moon Soul Pavilion will be in trouble. After Tianyin took the astrolabe, he looked at it and immediately saw the distribution of the evil spirit race. They were scattered around Fanyu, and it looked rather strange. Among them, many existed in grade 2 god realms. It could be said that their distribution was quite extensive. It was already quite good to be able to obtain such resources. May I know how much it costs? Tianyin was very satisfied with this. It was enough to know this. No need, it's free. The old man smiled and said, You are fated with our sect master. It's a gift to you. I'm fated with your sect master? Tianyin asked doubtfully. That's right. If you continue to break through, you'll have a chance to become a disciple of the same sect. Do you understand? The old man didn't hide anything. Chapter 1186. Tianyin immediately understood what being in the same sect meant. Currently, he was only a disciple in name under the vast heavenly venerate. After becoming a heavenly venerate, he would have a few senior brothers. From this, he could learn a lot of information. The sect master behind the Moon Spirit Pavilion was actually a heavenly venerate. No wonder the Moon Spirit Pavilion was so arrogant. With a heavenly venerate as their backer, how could they not be arrogant? It did not matter if the Moon Spirit Pavilion looked simple and crude. The key was that it was spread across many large regions. Tianyin believed that the Moon Spirit Pavilion definitely had more than one branch. There were many branches. Looks like I have a cheap senior brother. Tianyin smiled. No wonder the sect master took such good care of him. So this was their relationship. Of course, the prerequisite is that I can break through to that position. Otherwise, I will not be a senior brother. If he did not break through to the heavenly venerate, he would always be a disciple in name. Naturally, he would not be considered a fellow disciple. However, he had not broken through yet, so this senior brother took good care of him. It is fate that you can become a disciple under the vast heavenly venerate. However, everything will depend on your own ability. If you are fated, you will be able to meet the sect master in the future. The old man smiled. The sect master has always been elusive. I have never seen him before. Tianyin was shocked. He had not expected that even the sect master had not seen this powerhouse before. No matter what, please tell senior brother that I thank him for taking care of me. In the future, I hope that I will be fortunate enough to become a true senior brother. Tianyin did not ask any further. He definitely did not have the qualifications to meet the sect master now. I will definitely pass on your message. The old man smiled. After inquiring about the situation, Tianyin left immediately. He did not stay there for long. After he left, the old man took out a crystal and flicked it into the wall. Then he continued to lean on the bench and cool himself. There was no difference from before. He was still so relaxed, as if everything had nothing to do with him. After Tianyin left, he flew directly to the evil spirit race's distribution point. He didn't return to the Heavenly Spring Divine Domain since he hadn't received any news yet. If there was any urgent news, the token given to him would prompt him. Thus, he didn't need to return to the Heavenly Spring Divine Realm. He could directly fly to the evil spirit race's distribution point. Are we finally going to come into direct contact with the evil spirit race? Tianyin squinted his eyes. After so many years, he had finally reached a cultivation that could contend against the evil spirit race. Previously, his cultivation had always been insignificant. Even now, he felt the pressure multiplying, especially the news he had just received. It was possible that the evil spirit race had a grade 4 god realm backing them. This was too terrifying. Even the Moon Spirit Pavilion could not find out much about their true strength. This was enough to show how powerful the evil spirit race was. Many of the evil spirit race's distribution points were in Fanyu. He did not immediately go to the divine realm's evil spirit race's forces. The main reason was that Xiao Chen's evil spirit puppet was too low-ranked. Up until now, it was only a star venerate. The forces within God's domain were definitely not forces of this level that could infiltrate. Thus, he planned to start from the outside. He wanted to see why the evil spirit race had so many forces in Fanyu. Using the teleportation divine stone, he quickly arrived outside of Fanyu. Without hesitation, he flew to the evil spirit race's distribution point. When he was about to arrive, he quickly took out the evil spirit puppet. It looked like it had the pure bloodline of the evil spirit race. If he wasn't the owner of the evil spirit puppet, even he wouldn't be able to tell if it was real or fake. Following that, he entered the evil spirit puppet and flew over openly. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about being discovered by the evil spirit race. As he continued to go deeper, the surroundings were empty. There was almost no life. It wasn't that there was no life here, but that all life had been eradicated. He could see that a great battle had happened on the surrounding planets. Some of the planets were already shattered and looked terrible. It could be said that wherever the evil spirit race went, not even a blade of grass would grow. Onion frowned. The evil spirit race was really cruel. They really didn't show the slightest bit of mercy to other races. This area was already too horrible to look at. It was unknown if there were any more normal areas. As he went deeper, the situation inside became worse and worse. It seemed like there was basically nothing normal about it. However, this area was already considered a relatively remote corner and was still a long way from the god's domain. He didn't know what the evil spirit race was planning to do here, but could it be that it was purely to expand the power of Fanyu? As he continued to go deeper, he quickly arrived at a distribution point. There was a small city built here. Looking down from above, there weren't many evil spirit race-s. Instead, there were quite a few cultivators staying below. These cultivators were all imprisoned here to help with the work. On this planet, there were a few star stone veins. So many cultivators were needed to dig them out. Hurry up and dig. The evil spirit race at the side waved his whip and fiercely lashed out, sending the cultivator flying. After the cultivator was sent flying, he vomited blood nonstop. He was already severely injured and could not move. Trash! You can't even move like this. The evil spirit race grabbed the injured cultivator and directly threw him into his huge mouth. Then he slowly chewed and swallowed. It's really disgusting. If you want to live, then hurry up and work for me. Don't be lazy. The cultivators who were mining kept quiet out of fear. Their bodies trembled and the speed at which they were digging increased a little, but it was only a little bit. Their hands were already covered in blood. Mining consumed a lot of energy, but they didn't have the slightest bit of time to rest. If they wanted to live, they could only continue to dig. Otherwise, they would die. Mother, I can't dig anymore. A child's hands were already dripping with blood. It looked like he had reached his limit. Child, hold on a little longer, we can rest. The eyes of the woman at the side turned red, but she could only do so. Who told them to be so weak that they didn't even have the ability to resist? Those who were forced to work here were all below the Star Lord level, so a simple Star Lord was enough to suppress them. If it was a child, his cultivation would be even weaker, but the evil spirit race didn't care if he was a child or not. As long as he was alive, he would have to come and work. You promised not to stop. The evil spirit race lashed out with his whip. The woman's face paled. She quickly hugged her child tightly, preventing the whip from hitting her child. When the cultivators at the side saw this scene, their faces turned pale. They wanted to help, but they didn't dare. They could only close their eyes, as if the woman's back would be torn apart in the next moment. In the next moment, a figure appeared in front of them. He extended his hand and grabbed the whip, firmly fixing it in place and preventing it from moving at all. Chapter 1187. Human. The evil spirit race was shocked. A human suddenly appeared, causing them to feel extremely shocked. Who would have thought that there would be a human cultivator trespassing in their territory? The other evil spirit race members immediately rushed over. There were 10-odd evil spirit race Starvenerates in total. With so many Starvenerates, it was more than enough to manage this group of enslaved cultivators. Die. Etienne's gaze turned cold. He did not say anything as he rushed forward. A beam of silver light appeared before everyone's eyes. In the next moment, the 10-odd evil spirit race Starvenerates exploded on the spot, turning into a bloody mist, not leaving anything behind. When the many cultivators saw this scene, they felt like they saw hope, a god that saved them. It was an instant kill, and that instant kill was mixed with his anger. The evil spirit race truly lived up to its reputation. They could not stop enslaving any race to do such a thing. However, Was the hanging dragon gate not the same? It looked like they did not care about race when doing such a thing, only their conscience. Ding! Successfully killed an evil spirit race member. Second stage, Star Venerate. Experience gained. Obtained an evil spirit soul, evil spirit bone, and evil spirit blood. The familiar materials dropped again, allowing Shao Qin to strengthen the evil spirit puppets. The stronger the evil spirit puppets were, the more shocking the evil spirit race members he killed would be. You are all free now. Quickly leave this place. Take everything here with you. Take whatever you can. Leave as far as you can. Yi Tianyin looked around at the shocked cultivators, indicating for them to flee quickly. This place was safe for now. However, this was only temporary. If more evil spirit race members came, they would face danger. Thud! Thud! That woman knelt down and kowtowed continuously. Many thanks, benefactor. Many thanks. The child at the side was stunned at first. Then he knelt down and kowtowed as well. Many thanks to Big Brother for saving us. Then all the cultivators knelt down and kowtowed while crying. They finally saw hope. They thought that they would die here for the rest of their lives. Unexpectedly, someone came to save them. Yi Tianyin sighed and looked around. He didn't continue to stay here. He turned around and flew away without saying anything. This was the only thing he could help with. He couldn't help with anything else. As for whether they could escape, that would depend on their own luck. Mother, I will definitely work hard to cultivate like that Big Brother and protect Mother. The little boy clenched his fist as he looked at Yi Tianyin's back with a determined look on his face. I want to kill all of the evil spirit race and eradicate all of them. All of their mentalities had changed, and they would remember the evil spirit race for the rest of their lives. In the future, when their cultivation had a breakthrough, they would definitely join the team to kill the evil spirit race. Many of them had lost their loved ones, and they had no one to rely on. Once they had the ability, they would definitely join the team to kill the evil spirit race. After Yi Tianyin left, he quickly switched to the evil spirit puppet and stuffed it with the materials he obtained from killing before, continuously strengthening it. The evil spirit puppet's level started to soar. As expected of a Star Venerate level evil spirit race material, the strengthening effect was rather shocking. Soon, it would reach peak Star Venerate level. If this continued, it would not be difficult to reach the Earth Venerate level. However, Shao Qin did not know if this puppet would have to endure the heavenly tribulation. These evil spirit race people deserve to die. Yi Tianyin's gaze was cold as he continued flying forward. As he flew past the various distribution points, he discovered that there were many planets that enslaved cultivators. If they were not mining, they were planting spirit herbs. Their methods were basically the same, extremely cruel. Yi Tianyin did not waste any time, directly flying down and killing. Fortunately, there were not many evil spirit race on these planets. Therefore, they were able to kill them in an instant when they were reporting the news. They did not even have the chance to report the news. Shao Chen killed crazily along the way, obtaining many evil spirit race materials and saving many people at the same time. Shao Chen was not a savior. He could only help out in passing, saving as many as he could. Along the way, Shao Chen discovered that this region was filled with mines. It could be said to be a production faction. The resources they obtained could be used to nurture their subordinates. It seemed that the reason they controlled Fanyu was not that they could not defeat the divine realm, but that this region was indeed more fertile. Although it was not in the divine realm, it was rather surprising that it could produce starstones. Continue to strengthen. Yi Tianyin stuffed all the evil spirit race materials into the puppet. Just as he finished, he heard a sound. Ding! Evil spirit puppet has successfully leveled up to Earth Venerate. Boom! Following that, a heavenly tribulation began to appear in the sky. It seemed that there was really a heavenly tribulation, and it was not because it was a puppet that there was no heavenly tribulation. This heavenly tribulation is a little strange, he saw that the color of this heavenly tribulation was different from their tribulation. The heavenly tribulation that the evil spirit race faced was actually incomparably black. Black energy surged above, followed by countless black heavenly lightning bolts that were filled with evil energy. This was a completely different energy. It was not like the heavenly tribulation that they had to experience. It was filled with a destructive energy, a kind of bright energy, but this was evil. The evil spirit race is really a little special. The energy of the tribulation is different, and there are actually some changes. It seems that the evil spirit race is a little strange. This heavenly tribulation did not have the slightest meaning to him. He controlled the evil spirit puppet and threw a punch, directly blowing up the heavenly tribulation. Following that, evil energy descended and strengthened the evil spirit puppet's body, further strengthening it. After the strengthening was completed, Tianyin discovered that the evil spirit puppet had greatly improved, much stronger than ordinary cultivators. Especially in terms of physique, it was more than 2 times stronger than ordinary cultivators, which was shocking. No wonder it was a little difficult for him to deal with the evil spirit race. Their foundation was originally rather special, so it was naturally not easy to deal with them. Why does the evil spirit race have such a special energy? Tianyun's eyes flashed. According to the rankings, the evil spirit race bloodline was not at the top, but it had such a strange effect which made him a little puzzled. No matter what, this allowed him to understand the situation further. It seemed that his choice to infiltrate here was correct. He wanted to see the real inside story of the evil spirit race. Chapter 1188. Evil Moon City, a relatively large evil spirit race city in Fanyu. It was similar to a city in the imperial capital. In the entire Fanyu, there were only 3 cities at the level of the evil spirit race. Tianyin was currently heading towards the evil Moon City, a base where countless evil spirit races were gathered. If a cultivator were to barge in, he would definitely die. Even if he didn't die, he would definitely be captured as a slave and slaughtered at will. When a tall and sturdy figure appeared outside the evil Moon City, the evil spirit race at the side casually glanced over. When they felt the evil and powerful aura, they couldn't help but reveal respectful gazes. The evil spirit race looked around, but none of the evil spirit race doubted him in the slightest. Some even nodded respectfully at him, expressing their etiquette. However, this evil spirit race was not the real deal, but Tianyun's puppet. Controlling this evil spirit race puppet, he did not suspect anything at all when he came here. There were a lot of evil spirit races coming and going in the surroundings, many times more than the evil spirit races he had encountered when he first came here. After coming here, Tianyin felt that he had truly stepped into the territory of the evil spirit race. There was no force outside at all. The evil Moon City in front of him was extremely strange. A crimson moon hung high above the evil Moon City, and an unending stream of energy sprinkled down in all directions. In fact, this was a core filled with an evil aura, a core that possessed a strong dark attribute energy. Not only that, there was a dark attribute core embedded in the depths of the evil Moon City, which could strengthen the evil spirit races that stayed here by quite a bit. Even an ordinary divine domain would not be able to provide such a perfect cultivation ground. In fact, the density of the star power in the divine domain mostly depended on the situation of the core. If there were more cores and they continuously released energy, the concentration of star power in the divine domain would naturally not be low. Now that the evil Moon City had a core here, there was no need to worry about a lack of energy supply, especially not just one. There were many cores embedded in the surrounding planets, and there were more than 10 of them here. It was very difficult for ordinary planets to form a core, but they had more than 10 cores here. This reminded him of the time when the evil spirit race was constantly searching for the core. They wanted to move the core over and build this place into an extremely perfect cultivation ground. Due to the large number of cores, they were much more generous than the other gods' domains. It could be said that they were free to absorb without any restrictions. This evil spirit race is really generous. Etienne's gaze turned cold. Seeing so many cores, it meant that the evil spirit race's plundering was very terrifying. It could be said that they had plundered Fan Yu's core. No wonder he stayed at Fan Yu's place. He kept searching for the core, which was much more leisurely than staying in the divine domain. The key was that there was an abundance of time here. Staying here for several years was equivalent to a year in the divine realm. For others, they could slow down their tribulation transcendence in the divine domain, so they did not dare to casually stay outside the Fan Yu. To the evil spirit race, with the support of so many cores, their cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. After stabilizing their cultivation, why would they be afraid of not being able to transcend the tribulation? Immediately, Etienne understood why most of the factions were placed in Fan Yu. They could produce a large number of experts. They could also make use of the natural time difference to continuously raise their overall strength. No wonder so many deity domains did not dare to casually provoke them. Even if they tore off a piece of their flesh, they did not dare to take revenge and could only swallow their anger. Just the densely packed star venerates here looked very large. Among them, there were an explosive number of holy rulers at the level of Fan Yu. No wonder back then, when they sent people to attack, it was like they did not need money, continuously sending people over. Although there were many star venerates, the number decreased sharply from the Earth Monarch level. That was to say, there was only one Earth Monarch among 10,000 evil spirit race members. There were very few high-level Earth Monarchs. Based on the heavenly tribulation, Xiao Chen felt that the heavenly tribulation was indeed very difficult. It was not that easy to clear. It was also a heavenly tribulation, but it was much stronger than a cultivator's. Correspondingly, after clearing it, the strengthening effect would be greater. There were pros and cons. No wonder the other evil spirit race members were very respectful when they sensed his aura along the way. Just based on his cultivation, his status was definitely not low. This was for Fan Yu. If it was for a deity domain, this cultivation would definitely not be enough. There were very few Earth Monarchs here, but that did not mean that there were none. As there were many of them, there were still quite a lot of them. Among them, there were many Earth Monarchs above the 3rd or 4th refinement. There were very few Earth Monarchs above the 4th or 5th refinement. There was basically no one above the 7th or 8th refinement. Either they were not here, or it was very difficult for the evil spirit race to reach this level. As for those at the level of the Lord of Heaven, they were basically in the depths of Evil Moon City. On the whole, the factions here were considered to be above average among rank 1 deity domains. At a glance, although they were all evil spirit race members, Xiao Chen could tell at a glance that many of them were mixed breeds. They had bred with other races. However, they all looked extremely ferocious. Their entire bodies were pitch black. If they provoked each other, they would not hesitate to start a war. The evil spirit race advocated combat prowess. They did not care about the life and death of their companions. Etienne flew down, landed outside the Evil Moon City, and slowly walked in. No one stopped him along the way. He felt like he was returning home. After entering, what greeted his eyes were many evil spirit race-s. Among them, there were also many cultivators who were imprisoned and branded with slave imprints. They either followed the evil spirit race or served the evil spirit race at the side. They had no dignity at all. It was clearly a city of the evil spirit race, but the number of cultivators in it was no less than half. After capturing so many slaves, not only could they serve themselves, but they could also help with their work, so why not? Thus, it was not surprising that more than half of this place was occupied by cultivators. They all had slave imprints, so there was no need to worry about them rebelling. Trash, hurry up and leave. The evil spirit race beside him suddenly grabbed a cultivator and threw him forward. He rolled a few times on the ground and did not get up again. It seemed like he had fainted. This looks pretty delicious. Let me eat him. The evil spirit race in front grabbed the cultivator and threw him into his mouth, directly swallowing the cultivator. Tiske, the taste is not bad. You actually ate my slave. The evil spirit race was furious. He ate as soon as he said he would, not holding back at all. The other party directly threw a few starstones over and said with a smile, "Calm down, isn't it just a slave? This is the fee for you." After receiving the starstone, the evil spirit race did not care about anything. Chapter 1189. Tianyin clenched his fists tightly. It was not that he was overflowing with sympathy, but that if he was unable to protect the three realms back then his family and friends would all be captured and enslaved in this area. It could even be him who was captured and enslaved. If he resisted, there would only be death. Even if he died, he would become their meal. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. It was extremely cruel. If one did not have strength, everything would end. He looked around coldly. There was nothing to say about the victor being king and the loser being a bandit. If these cultivators had the upper hand, the result would not have been like this. At least they would not have done such a cruel thing. Most of them would not be filled with rejection. For example, even if they rejected the human race, at least they would not immediately kill them or turn them into slaves. At least in their hearts, they still had a little conscience. The evil spirit race was a relatively inferior race. They were extremely exclusive. As long as it was not the evil spirit race, everyone was either a slave or food. According to the situation of the evil spirit race, the increase in cultivation from swallowing cultivators was not much more than absorbing starstones. It could only be considered a small part. Most of them took pleasure in it as a hobby. Among the cultivators, there were many races that had previously devoured meat, and they had also changed this habit. For example, the giant eagle race or the giant dragon race, they had long since gotten rid of this habit. Even the foreign races would not choose to devour. The evil spirit race deserves to die. Tianyin's gaze was ice cold. It was not because he had great sympathy for those cultivators, but because he felt extreme disgust when he thought of what the evil spirit race had done to the three realms. "Lord, what's wrong?" The two evil spirit race in front of him felt Tianyin's gaze and turned their heads to look at him. They could all feel the coldness in Tianyin's eyes. Although it was only a puppet, the gaze it emitted was still very realistic, no different from a living evil spirit race. Tianyin looked at them coldly and slapped them. With two pung-pung sounds, the two evil spirit race S exploded from his palm, turning into a pile of experience and materials. After killing two evil spirit race S in front of so many evil spirit race S, the surrounding evil spirit race S were startled at first, but soon after they hid a little further away and did not say anything. In the evil spirit race, cultivation was everything. For example, Earth monarchs and above would have no problem casually killing Starvenerates. Similarly, it was not a problem for a Lord of Heaven to kill an earthly monarch, but there were some that could not be killed. As long as one's cultivation was weaker than his, they would be his subordinates, and he would be able to order them around. This was the way the evil spirit race ruled. It was simple and crude, and there was no need to arrange who was whose subordinate. Those with weak cultivations were all subordinates. If he was in a bad mood, there was nothing wrong with killing his subordinates. Therefore, the evil spirit race watched coldly from the side. They did not say anything, nor were they angry. More importantly, they were gloating. They felt that the two evil spirit race S who were killed, for some reason, might have provoked Tianyin. This was what Tianyin felt the most sorrowful. It was truly the law of the jungle. Even in his own race, this rule was implemented. Fortunately, he could not kill them as he pleased. It was fine to occasionally kill a few in anger, but if he were to kill them crazily, it would be different. He would definitely be punished. Even if the evil spirit race was in chaos, they would not be able to kill as they pleased. If they were to kill as they pleased without any restrictions, they would probably be finished before they could even take over the other forces. We were free. The slaves discovered that the mark on their hands had disappeared, which meant that the slave oath had disappeared. However, they did not run away. Instead, they came in front of Yi Tianyin and knelt down, pleading, "Lord, please take us in." Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. If they wanted to live, they could only become the slaves of the evil spirit race. This meant that they would become the slaves of the evil spirit race and be under his control. If they did not have the slave imprint, they would be snatched away or swallowed at any moment. The eyes of the surrounding evil spirit race lit up. If Yi Tianyin did not take them in, they would immediately rush over. Make an oath. Yi Tianyin waved his hand, indicating for them to make an oath. They were startled for a moment before nodding their heads. One by one, they began to swear an oath to the evil spirit puppet, not to Yi Tianyin. The evil spirit puppet was equivalent to a living being. The oath they swore to the evil spirit puppet was naturally bound to the evil spirit puppet. However, there was no difference between the two. Yi Tianyin could also control them. When the surrounding evil spirit race saw Yi Tianyin accept these slaves, they all revealed disappointed expressions. They had thought that the Earth Monarch would not be interested in these slaves. The stronger the evil spirit race, the higher the level of slaves they would choose. For example, those with higher cultivation or even more special ones. These were the criteria for choosing slaves. These were all very ordinary cultivators, so there was no point in them coming. Little did they know that the one who was truly controlling the puppet was a cultivator. That was naturally different. "Let's go." Yi Tianyin spat out a word as he led the two of them forward. There were more than a dozen of them in total. However, these dozen or so slaves only took up a small portion of the territory. There were hundreds of thousands of slaves here, or even more. It was impossible for him to kill their masters one by one and take them away. This way, he would be surrounded and attacked before he could even take them away. The reason he did this was to make himself look more like an evil spirit race, more like a part of the evil Moon City. Before he could take a few steps, a figure floated over and blocked his path. Yi Tianyin looked up and saw a wretched-looking evil spirit race. He rubbed his hands together and laughed. "Master, we are preparing to hold a slave auction over there. I wonder if you are interested. There are many powerful slaves there, and there are also all kinds of races. They are definitely much better than the slaves you have right now." This wretched evil spirit race obviously thought that he lacked slaves, which was why he killed those evil spirit races. Yi Tianyin's eyes narrowed, and without even thinking, he directly replied, "Let's go." Without saying too much, he immediately decided to take a look at the slave auction. From here, he could roughly see the situation of the evil Moon City, and even more so, he could see how their invasion was going. "All right, I guarantee that you will be satisfied." The wretched evil spirit race rubbed his palms together and led him towards the auction house. Chapter 1190. Under the lead of the evil spirit race, Yi Tianyin quickly arrived at the slave auction in front of them. This auction was quite large. It was like a castle standing in front of them. Outside the entrance, there were many cultivators wearing very little clothes. The beauties of various races were all smiling and welcoming guests. Just from the facade alone, one could already see the strength of this auction house. With so many beauties welcoming guests, none of their cultivations were lower than the Star Monarch. Cultivation was not the highlight. The main thing was that the beauties and the beauties with high cultivation attracted the interest of the evil spirit race. They did not reject breeding with other races. In any case, they would be domesticated into the savage and violent evil spirit race. As long as the main bloodline had their evil spirit race, it was enough. Just this facade alone was already very tempting. However, Yi Tianyin was expressionless and cold. It could only be said that it was truly pitiful. "Welcome, my lord." The rows of beauties smiled sweetly and bowed deeply to Yi Tianyin, expressing their highest respect. They clearly hated it in their hearts, but they could only force themselves to smile. In addition, under the slave oath, they would do whatever they were told to do. "Pa!" Deacon Shu Ge, who was bringing Yi Tianyin along, slapped one of them on the face, sending him flying. He scolded angrily. Your smile is so ugly. Scram down and continue practicing. The next time you show such an expression, I'll eat you. If it wasn't for the fact that you're a little prettier, you would have died more than 100 times over. The woman who was slapped was not from any race, but from the human race. She was indeed beautiful, even compared to the beauties of other races. She was not inferior at all. She covered her face and slowly crawled up. Her eyes were filled with resentment as she glared at Deacon Shugo and said coldly, "If you have the ability, kill me. Previously, you said that after I became a slave, you would let my clansmen go. Now my clansmen are all dead. They were all killed by you." Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears. The most terrifying thing was that she wanted to die, but she couldn't. After becoming a slave, she didn't even have the right to die. This was the saddest thing. You want to die? Impossible. If you want to die, then I won't let you. Just stay here and receive guests for the rest of your life. Deacon Shugo laughed sinisterly. I'll take her. Tianyin pointed at her and said calmly, I'll buy her first. How much is it? Buy her? Deacon Shugo was startled and said awkwardly, Sir, you've seen her personality. Even if you forcefully order her, she won't give you any face. How much? Tianyin looked at him coldly. Free. Deacon Shugo rubbed his palms and said with a smile, Take it as a greeting gift for Sir. It would be too rude to accept money for a defective product. Immediately, Deacon Shugo waved his hand and said, Come here. The girl stood up and slowly walked over. No matter how hard she struggled, it was useless. The slave oath forced her to do all the things she didn't want to do. After the girl came over, there was a red mark on her face, which didn't fade for the time being. If Deacon Shugo had used a bit more force, even her head would have exploded from the slap. The mark on her beautiful face was really unsightly, but it didn't affect her beauty at all. It was just that her beautiful eyes were filled with coldness. She didn't have the slightest intention of pleasing anyone. She wanted nothing more than to anger everyone so that they would kill her and free themselves. What kind of look is that? Deacon Shugo was furious. He raised his hand to slap her. Just as he was about to slap her, a hand reached out and stopped him. She's already my property. How I deal with her is my business. Tianyin said coldly. Yes, sir. Deacon Shugo immediately showed a flattering expression. He didn't know why Tianyin would choose this slave, but some people's tastes were different. Who could understand? Immediately, Deacon Shugo quickly transferred the slave oath to Tianyin, easily transferring the ownership of the slave to Tianyin. Slaves could be transferred at will, and the same was true for the oath. If it was removed, it would be impossible for her to make the oath again. This girl would definitely commit suicide immediately. She wouldn't make the slightest oath. From her eyes, it could be seen that she wanted nothing more than to die. Let's go. Tianyin didn't say anything else and signaled Deacon Shugo to walk forward. Deacon Shugo showed a flattering expression and signaled Tianyin to follow. The girl standing behind him followed along. Even if she was very unwilling, an order was an order and she couldn't resist. Tianyin glanced at her. He had chosen her for one thing, and that was her absolute hatred for the evil spirit race. The other slaves all had the mentality of living if they could. They had expressions of fear of death. They weren't as determined as she was. In addition, she was a human, which made him choose to accept her. If he nurtured her well, she would definitely become a queen. He had another idea, which was to lead this group of slaves. She had this qualification, and no one else could do it. This evil moon city would definitely be destroyed. He planned to completely suck dry the core of this place, move it away, or destroy this place. No matter what, many slaves would definitely be liberated. There was no lack of cowards among them, but there was also no lack of people who were filled with anger and wanted to take revenge on the evil spirit race. She was a very good candidate. Whether it was in terms of talent or personality, she could satisfy the conditions of his choice. When they entered the auction hall, it was filled with the noise of the evil spirit race. There was no lack of Earth Monarch level evil spirit races among them. They were very interested in this place. As for the Lord of Heaven, there wasn't a single one. They didn't come to participate in this kind of auction. It should be said that they were all in the divine realm, so they naturally wouldn't stay here. No matter what, the divine realm was better than this place, so they would naturally stay in the divine realm. This is your token. Please wait in the VIP room. If there's anything you need, just call the slaves outside. They will satisfy you. After Deacon Shu finished speaking, she turned around and left to continue soliciting customers. To him, the real investors were definitely at the Earth Monarch level or above. The highest level here was the Earth Monarch, so naturally the more he could pull, the better. After he entered the VIP room, the young girl stood at the side like a bamboo pole, unwilling to say a single word. She felt that this was her fate, and there was no way to change it until she died. As for the other slaves, they were allowed to wait outside and not allowed to enter with them. In the next moment, Yi Tianyin waved his hand, and she flew into the evil spirit race's space. Chapter 1191. When the young girl saw Yi Tianyin, she was completely dumbfounded. She never would have thought that there would be a human in the inner space of the evil spirit race. Strange, isn't it? Yi Tianyin pointed his finger, indicating for her to sit down. The young girl did not sit down. Instead, she stood at the side and looked at him. Her beautiful eyes were filled with doubt, and she did not know what to say. The evil spirit race outside is my puppet. In fact, it's a puppet that I made. It looks real, but in fact it's not real. It's just a puppet. Yi Tianyin laughed blandly. This time the reason why I snuck in all the way here was to gather information. Other than exterminating the evil spirit race as much as possible, I also wanted to save more slaves. The young girl's eyes lit up as she said excitedly, "So you're saying that you're here to help us?" "What else do you think? Do you think I will cooperate with the evil spirit race?" Yi Tianyin laughed lightly. "That won't happen." The young girl did not think that Yi Tianyin would be able to cooperate with the evil spirit race. It should be said that it was basically impossible for any cultivator to cooperate with the evil spirit race. The evil spirit race had never liked to cooperate with others, especially with the human race. To them, they were all food, their slaves. Would they cooperate with slaves or food? This was simply a joke. Of course, there were some things that she did not know about. At least for now, it seemed that there was no possibility of a cooperative relationship. The reason I let you in is very simple. There will be an auction later, and I will spend a lot of money to buy some slaves. See who can be your assistant, or who you know and trust. Let me buy them all." Yi Tianyin said. "Buy it?" The young girl asked doubtfully. "Didn't you say that you want to exterminate the evil spirit race? Aren't you just giving money to those bastards?" "We'll definitely destroy them, but it's not fun to alert them so quickly. Moreover, even I can't completely destroy them. I need some external support." Yi Tianyin squinted his eyes and looked at her with a faint smile. To him, he would first give out a sum of money and then take it back with interest. External force? Could it be that you have companions? The girl asked in surprise. "Of course. Aren't you my companion?" Yi Tianyin pointed at her and smiled. "I'm your companion?" The young girl looked at him in shock. She felt that it was inconceivable. What kind of ability did she have? "That's right. Otherwise, why would I let you choose your companions? It's to assist you. When the time comes, you will lead them out and kill as many evil spirit races as you can. You will also be in charge of saving even more slaves. Do you have the confidence to do so?" Yi Tianyin looked at her and smiled. The sudden heavy responsibility stunned her. She didn't expect it to be such a difficult task. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded heavily and said, "Yes, I have a certain level of attainment in leading troops, and I can also apply it. As long as you trust me, I can definitely do it well." If I didn't trust you, I wouldn't have let you in. I wouldn't have said so much to you. Tianyan smiled. According to the data displayed by Appraisal Eye, her comprehensive ability is quite good. She has no problem in leading troops to war, and her talent is not a problem. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been chosen as a slave. As long as a slave wasn't a vase, it would be more valuable if he could help his master. "Oh, right, what's your name?" Tianyan asked. After a moment of silence, she shook her head and said, "My clansmen have long been killed, and I'm the only one left. I only have one thought right now, and that is to kill all the evil spirit race. Either kill all the evil spirit races or die. You gave me this power, so you are my master." She knelt down. Her beautiful eyes filled with heroic spirit. It was obvious that she was a divine general back then. However, to have fallen to such a state, it really made one sigh endlessly. "Therefore, Master, please give me a code name. I will use this code name to fight for Master for the rest of my life." Her eyes, which were originally filled with hatred and despair, were suddenly filled with hope and fighting spirit. Her greatest wish now was revenge. "I hope that you can lead all the slaves and rule over all the slaves to fight an intense battle for revenge. Therefore, I will give you the name Vengeance Goddess." Tianyan said in a deep voice, "Lead all the Avengers like a god of death and harvest the lives of the evil spirit race. Vengeance Goddess." The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, as if she liked the name very much. "Thank you, Master, for giving me this name. No, this is your code name. As for your name, it's better to use your own. You can't let hatred completely blind your heart. You must guard your heart and live well." Tianyan shook his head and said, "I think your dead relatives don't want you to live in hatred forever. Revenge is fine, but if you keep immersing yourself in it, then even if you take revenge, there's no point. Guard my heart and live well." Her eyes were red. She had long lost the will to live. After thinking for a while, she cupped her fists and said in a deep voice, "I will obey Master's orders. This servant is Yu Ming, code name Vengeance Goddess." Ding! Successfully subdued Divine General Yu Ming. You will receive the blessing of 10,000 commander points, can lead 10,000 people, maintain absolute loyalty, and will increase as your cultivation increases. When you lead your subordinates to kill enemies, you will receive an additional 5 times the experience. After subduing Divine General Yu Ming, he really received quite a surprise. He was really a famous general who could help him expand his territory. "Okay." Tianyan stood up and came to Yu Ming's side. He stretched out his hand and lightly tapped on her brows. He said softly, "Relax your body. Everything must be relaxed." Yu Ming was stunned, but she did not think much of it. Anyway, her life now belonged to Tianyan, so there was no need to struggle. Immediately after, she felt her cultivation soar crazily. Her cultivation leaped continuously as if she had gone crazy. "I broke through to the 3rd level of Star Venerate, broke through to the 4th level of Star Venerate, broke through to the 5th level of Star Venerate." Finally, she charged to the peak of Star Venerate in one go. She was just one step away from becoming an Earth Monarch. This speed shocked her. She knew how terrifying the path of cultivation was. However, Tianyan just tapped on her, and she broke through in a frenzy. "You just broke through. Stabilize your cultivation properly. As a commander, your cultivation cannot be too low. Otherwise, there will be no deterrent effect. After stabilizing your cultivation, breaking through to the Earth Monarch realm will not be difficult at all." Tianyan glanced at her detailed data. Her commander points directly soared to 100,000. She could lead 100,000 people. This meant that she could lead 100,000 slaves and have them listen to her completely. That was enough. "Many thanks to Master for giving me a new lease on life." Yu Ming was extremely excited. To her, Tianyan was simply a god. She had never seen anyone who could do this. Chapter 1192. The astral overlord could summon astral sea demons, but it could not summon any astral sea demon at will, especially if it was too far away. At most, it could only summon the nearby astral sea demons. The astral sea demons were everywhere. Some places had them and some did not. At that time, he would try to get the astral overlord to summon as many astral sea demons as he could. If he could summon a lot of them, it would be a pleasant surprise. At that time, the difficulty of exterminating the evil spirit race in this area would be greatly reduced, especially now that the strongest cultivation was only the Lord of Heaven. There was not a single divine lord here, which meant that after he erupted, he could easily control this place. Soon the auction was about to begin. Tianyan quickly teleported Mingyu out of the auction room and sat beside her. From here, he could see the entire audience, waiting for the auction to begin. All of them wanted to choose better slaves to bring back. Some wanted to choose good alchemists or blacksmiths to help them. These were the most valuable ones. Those without any abilities were the cheapest and least valuable ones. However, there was no need to auction them at the auction. They could be bought outside. The slaves that Tianyan had casually subdued were the most ordinary ones. They did not have any abilities and only had decent cultivation. Although their cultivations were pretty good, they would not be of any help to Shaoqin. Their cultivations were too low, all below the star venerate realm. However, even star venerates were not very useful to him. Their cultivation was still too low. They were already very good in Fanyu, so their prices were still considerable. Ring, ring, ring. A sound like a wind chime rang out from behind the stage. The auction has begun. Yu Ming's gaze was cold. She remembered these sounds very clearly. Only when these sounds started would it mean that the auction had officially begun. Indeed, the red cloth in front of the stage was quickly pulled away. Soon, 2 iron cages were pushed forward. There were twins locked inside. They were extremely beautiful, and their skin was as smooth and white as cream. They were not humans, but demon foxes. They exuded a foxy aura and looked very alluring. The moment they appeared, it immediately ignited the fanaticism of all the male evil spirit races. It could be said that the auction had just begun, and everyone's enthusiasm was immediately ignited. Welcome to the auction this time. There will definitely be a large number of new goods waiting for you to choose from. Deacon Shu Gu smiled as he walked up from the side. Not only was he a solicitor, but he was also a host. He really had many different identities. Cut the nonsense. The first auction is this pair of twins. Twins from the Demon Fox clan. It was absolutely untouched. In addition to their beautiful appearance, they also have many special service abilities. As for the Demon Fox clan, he smiled wretchedly. To put it bluntly, the twins didn't have much ability. They were just there to make men happy. Usually, it was either to please himself or to welcome guests. Both were good choices. Many of the evil spirit race revealed vulgar smiles. They all understood what was going on in their hearts, and all of the evil spirit race had a tacit understanding. The starting price is 500 star stones, and each increment is 10 star stones. By the way, I would like to add one more thing. All the women here are untouched. You are welcome to choose. If he touched it, it would be worthless. It should be said that the price would be reduced by a large margin, but this was not what they saw. This was just like the beauties outside. They were all untouched, and if anyone took a fancy to them, they would have to pay a high price to buy them. They hadn't even entered the auction yet, and they already had to spend money to buy them. It had to be said that they really had a lot of ideas. 1,000 star stones. Tianyan raised his hand and directly offered an extremely high price. 1,000 star stones were thrown down, and those evil spirit races who were eager to try immediately felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them, completely cooling down their burning hearts. 1,000 star stones was not a lot, but the problem was that it would be too much of a loss to buy this pair of twins who only knew how to charm. This was equivalent to buying 2 vases. They could only look at them a few more times, and their practicality was too poor. Master, Yu Ming's gaze was complicated. She did not want to buy this pair of demon foxes. It would not be of any help to her, and would instead easily disturb the army's morale. The Demon Fox clan was born with charm. How could it not disturb the army's morale? What, do you think I like women? Yi Tianyin said with a smile. This servant doesn't dare. Yu Ming lowered her head, not daring to look at Yi Tianyin in the eye. It was obvious that she had guessed so. You're right. That's exactly what I need. Yi Tianyin knocked on the table and said with a smile, It's to let them think that I'm a lecherous person and conceal my identity a little. At the same time, they know that I'm a rich and imposing fellow, so don't fight with me. Yu Ming's eyes lit up. She raised her eyes and said in pleasant surprise, This way we can deceive the enemy and make them think that Master is lecherous and doesn't have too many thoughts. I'm very sorry. This servant doesn't have as much foresight as Master. It's fine, it's just a small trick. Yi Tianyin laughed, and sure enough, the surrounding evil spirit race all shook their heads, thinking that Yi Tianyin was crazy, spending so much money on 2 demon foxes. Crazy. 1,000 starstones to buy 2 demon foxes. He's simply an idiot. He's just rich and thinks that these twins are fun, right? What a waste. I wonder who the person in this VIP room is to be so lecherous. They all shook their heads, and the effect was immediately revealed. Buying this pair of demon foxes didn't mean that he was lecherous, but spending a large sum of money to buy them was different. 1,000 starstones. Is there anyone else who wants to increase the price? Administrator Shu Ge looked around with a smile, and even looked at Yi Tianyin's side. Her eyes filled with surprise. It seemed that she had really found a gold mine, and it was the kind of person who was stupid and had a lot of money. Logically speaking, this pair of demon foxes should be able to be bought for less than 700 starstones, but now it was 1,000 starstones. How could it not be that this person was stupid and had a lot of money? They had made a good plan, but Yi Tianyin's plan was even better. When the time came, wouldn't everything return to his pocket? Since no one increases the price, then this pair of demon foxes belongs to that esteemed guest. Administrator Shu Ge smiled happily and pointed to the VIP room that Yi Tianyin was in. Very quickly, after the pair of demon foxes were sent down, another iron cage was pushed up, and inside it was a group of handsome men. This would immediately attract the attention of many female evil spirit races. They started to cheer crazily, just like this. It seemed that the hobbies of the evil spirit race were similar. Men liked women, and women liked men. There was no difference. 1,000 starstones. Yi Tianyin raised his hand, and the price was still the most crude. Chapter 1193. Master, what are you? Yu Ming didn't know what to say. Wasn't it a bit strange to bid for both of them? I suddenly changed my mind. I want to bid for all of the slaves, so that the auction house can make a deal with me, Yi Tianyin said with a smile. Yu Ming didn't know what he meant, but she stood at the side and didn't ask anything. Everything was done according to Yi Tianyin's instructions. Yi Tianyin originally wanted to let Yu Ming decide who he wanted to buy, but he didn't. Now he changed his mind, and that was to bid for all of the slaves to attract the upper echelons of the auction house. The main reason was that he had just checked this place and discovered that there was a special treasure buried deep underground. If he bid for all of the slaves, he might have a chance to communicate with the auction house. After bidding for the slaves, a huge commotion immediately occurred below, which shocked everyone. It was fine to bid for a bunch of demon fox twins at a high price, but why did he bid for these handsome men as well? In fact, they were all from the demon fox race. The demon fox race not only produced beautiful women, but also handsome men. They were very popular. The basic problem was that they were all like flower vases. It wasn't that they didn't have any battle strength, but their overall strength was weaker. Thus, they were easily caught. 1,050 starstones. A deep voice came from the side of the VIP room. Tianyin narrowed his eyes and looked over. The appraisal, I immediately displayed the data over there. The one who bid for was a second refinement Earth monarch, but it was a female. With such a deep voice, it was really hard to imagine that it belonged to a female. If he didn't inspect it, he really wouldn't know that it was a female. If they were bought, who knew how these demon fox twins would be tortured? 1,100 starstones. Tianyin continued to raise the price, competing with the other party. 1,200 starstones. Women were women, and their purchasing power was strong. She directly competed with Tianyin. Looks like I've really met my type. Otherwise, I wouldn't have offered such a high price. Tianyin shook his head. Then he continued to raise his hand and said, 1,500 starstones. The price continued to soar, causing the spectators below to be dumbstruck. A considerable number of female members of the evil spirit race wanted to bid for it, but they did not have that many starstones on hand. How were they going to buy it? 1,700 starstones. The female on the other side roared angrily. At the same time, she warned, "Friend, I'm Earth Monarch Fan Na. Sometimes it's best to quit while you're ahead. Don't be so impulsive." This was a warning to Tianyin not to continue increasing the price. Otherwise, only death awaited him. Her cultivation level was indeed slightly higher, at least when compared to the evil spirit puppet. That was the case. When he called out a high price in the first round, there were quite a few great figures who continuously probed over, wanting to see what kind of background he had. He believed that his cultivation level had also been discovered. "Master, Earth Monarch Fan Na's cultivation isn't weak. She's a fierce general who likes men and has good relationships with many generals. She basically controls half of Evil Moon City. If you continue to compete..." Beside him, Mingyu reminded him, 1,800 starstones. Tianyin stretched out his hand and continued to bid, completely ignoring Fan Na's warning. He smiled and said to Mingyu, "This is the effect I want. I want to see how many elites there are here. Gather as many as you can, and save me the trouble of looking for them one by one." When Mingyu heard this, her heart trembled. This was really bold. It looked like her master's cultivation was definitely very strong. When she faced Tianyin, she did not feel the slightest bit of powerful aura. Instead, she felt very calm. However, when she thought about how he could make her cultivation level break through consecutively in an instant without even using half an alchemical pill, it meant that Tianyin's ability was definitely not simple. Bastard! Earth Monarch Fan Na fiercely slammed a fist on the table. It was not that she could not afford the high price, but that she was completely enraged. 1,000 starstones was like a game to an Earth Monarch. It was more casual. However, she had already warned him, and he had completely ignored her. That was another matter altogether. "Very good. When the auction is over, let me see who exactly dares to ignore me. Fan Na." Earth Monarch Fan Na was completely enraged. She felt extremely vexed and suddenly slammed the table. She continued to shout, 2,500 starstones. She did not stop. Instead, she continued to show off her wealth. 3,000 starstones. Tianyin continued to bid. 3,500 starstones. 4,000 starstones. Each bid was higher than the previous one, and this made all the members of the evil spirit race stunned. Just a few demon foxes were worth 4,000 starstones. If they used this price to buy other slaves, it was unknown how many starstones they could exchange for. In fact, they could even buy a decent blacksmith with this price. 4,500 starstones. Earth Monarch Fan Na continued to bid. At this moment, Tianyin smiled faintly and did not continue to bid. It was more or less like this. If they continued to compete, the price would definitely rise to over 10,000. There was still plenty of time to play, so there was no need to rush. 4,500 starstones. Are there any higher bids? Deacon Shuge shouted excitedly. This was an unprecedentedly high price. So how could she not be excited? Since there are no higher bids, then this demon fox will be obtained by this esteemed guest. Deacon Shuge shouted excitedly as she pointed at Earth Monarch Fan Na. Earth Monarch Fan Na was not happy at all to obtain this pair of handsome men. In fact, she was filled with anger. She wanted nothing more than to tear Tianyin into countless pieces. He had made her spend so much money. So how could she be happy? Looking at those demon foxes below, she licked her lips, and her eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty gaze. Tianyun's stopping of bidding did not make her happy. Instead, it angered her even more. Master, why did you stop bidding? Ming Yu was a little curious. She had thought that Tianyin would continue to bid until he could obtain the demon fox. I stopped bidding. There are so many slaves below that we can choose from. So she definitely won't only choose the demon fox. When the time comes, we can just continue to compete with her. Tianyin smiled. He felt that this auction was really interesting. All right. Ming Yu nodded. Soon, the next cage was pushed onto the stage. This time, it was a brawny man who was pushed onto the stage. There were scars all over his body, and there was even a deep scar on his face. It was a ghastly sight. Master, it's him. He is a strong man of his generation, and his strength is boundless. He can match up to many battle prowess. Ming Yu hurriedly shouted, No problem, I will definitely obtain him. Tianyin smiled faintly. Just raise your hand and 2,000 starstones. Chapter 1194. Cough, cough. This esteemed guest is a little anxious. However, I still have to introduce him. He is a strong man from the mighty god race. He has extraordinary strength and is very difficult to deal with in the same realm. He is a second-layer star monarch. He is definitely qualified to be a good combat slave. Deacon Shu Ge still had to introduce him to let them know the background of this strong man. The starting price is 500 starstones. Each increment is 100 starstones. Now let's start. After the announcement, Tianyin continued, 2,500 starstones. Everyone was dumbfounded. Wasn't this a fool with too much money? They had already bid 2,000 starstones. Now no one was bidding. What was the point of bidding? Tianyin was just that simple and crude. He was just a rich tycoon. So what? 2,600 starstones. A deep voice came from another VIP room. I am Earthly Lord FAU. I wonder if this friend can give me some face? Ming Yu, you bid. Tianyin pointed at Ming Yu beside him. He was too lazy to bid. 2,700 starstones. Ming Yu shouted. This time, not only did he slap Earthly Lord FAU's face, but he also let his slave bid. Not to mention giving him face, he was stepping on his face. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. He really wanted to anger Earthly Lord FAU. Just now, he angered Earthly Lord Fan Na. Now, he even angered Earthly Lord FAU. He really wanted to die. 2,800 starstones. Earthly Lord FAU was furious. 2,900 starstones. Elysian Moon continued to bid. Why are you bidding so little? Bid more. Tianyin knocked on the table, indicating for Ming Yu to bid higher. 3,500 starstones. Elysian Moon shouted again. That's right. Don't help me save money. Bid as fiercely as you want. Tianyin smiled. The only thing he lacked now was the starstones. After killing so many cultivators, he had a lot of starstones in his pocket. He didn't need to worry about paying. Moreover, he would spit them out later. So what if he gave them all away? 3,600 starstones. Earthly Lord FAU said coldly, Friend, if you don't calm down when it comes to some things, then you'll bring calamity upon yourself. 4,600 star stones. Elysian Moon didn't hesitate to call out a higher price. This time, she called out a price of 1,000 star stones, which shocked everyone. Etianian stared at Elysian Moon in shock. Even if he wanted to raise the price, he didn't have to do it so brutally, did he? Fortunately, he would be able to get his money back in the future. Otherwise, he would have lost everything. Very good. Earth Monarch FAU let out a cold snort, followed by the sound of the table being smashed. He didn't continue to bid, but was thinking about how to deal with Etianian. This time, Etianian had successfully won the bid for the strongman, but he had also angered Earthly Monarch FAU. This made many evil spirit race members feel very puzzled. They didn't know who this distinguished guest was and why he dared to fight against these big shots. Soon after, another slave was pushed out. This time it was a blacksmith, a cultivator that was close to the divine craftsman level. Very quickly, they started to bid crazily. From the beginning to the end, it was Elysian Moon who was bidding, and he was too lazy to bid. Actually, it wasn't that he was saving energy. He just wanted Elysian Moon to deliberately infuriate them. Letting his own slave bid instead of him would make them feel that they were being looked down upon. This was the effect he wanted. There was nothing wrong with being a little high profile. It could even be said that he wanted to be a little high profile and provoke everyone. It would be best if everyone came to seek revenge on him. That was his real plan. This time, all the big shots were infuriated by him. If it wasn't for the fact that they couldn't fight at will in the auction, they would have rushed to the VIP lounge and beaten him up. Along the way, Etianian bid for all the slaves, and the price he bid was unimaginably high. It was as if he wasn't spending money, but a pile of rubbish. This made many evil spirit race members speculate that he was either really rich, or he was deliberately provoking them and didn't have any money at all. Wait a moment. At this time, Earth Lord FAU shouted from the VIP lounge at the side. He stood up and said, "Friend, I wonder if you've bought so many slaves. According to the price, it should be at least a few 100,000 star stones, right? I wonder if you have that many star stones to pay? If you're here to cause trouble, I think the owner of the auction won't let you off. We, too, won't let you off." Etianian basically took up more than half of the slaves he had bid for, and most of the slaves in the auction had been won by him. The prices were all above 4,000 to 5,000 star stones, and some even reached 10,000 star stones. It could be said that he was rich and overbearing. However, this made them wonder if Etianian really had that much money. Administrator Shuvga narrowed his eyes and looked at Etianian. If he was here to cause trouble, then don't blame him for being impolite. However, an Earth Lord couldn't be poor no matter what. Therefore, even if he was here to cause trouble, he could still make up for a lot of losses by stripping him clean. "Do you think I'm as poor as you?" Etianian replied indifferently. These words caused Earth Lord FAU to explode with anger. "You actually said that I'm poor." Earth Lord FAU said angrily, "I just don't want to waste my money here." "Then how much money do you have? How dare you act so arrogantly? Now, you just need to provide me with enough money to buy so many slaves. If you can't, then don't even think about leaving this place." "That's right, this esteemed guest. Please provide the corresponding value." Administrator Shu Gu inquired. Etianian smiled indifferently. He knew that this would happen. He immediately waved his hand lightly, and dozens of middle-grade, reincarnation-grade weapons and several high-grade, reincarnation-grade weapons appeared in front of everyone. They widened their eyes. To them, these were all amazing weapons, and they all wished they could have one. Now, Etianian had dozens of them, and he even had several high-grade, reincarnation-grade weapons. Just these high-grade, reincarnation-grade weapons were already worth a lot of money, and they were even more than that. Star stones weren't very valuable here, and they were far less valuable than in the divine domain. The main reason was that they occupied too many places, and there were many places where they could dig for star stones. However, there were relatively few weapons. Especially in the Fanyu, there were even fewer reincarnation-grade weapons. Thus, even a high-grade, reincarnation-grade treasure was enough to make them salivate, and they wished they could have one. I wonder if this is enough? Yi Tianyin took back these weapons, and many evil spirit race members' gazes seemed to be dragged over, and they didn't recover for a long time. These weapons wouldn't cause any waves among the second-grade divine domain geniuses, but it was different here. They could attract the gazes of many evil spirit race members, and they even attracted the greedy gazes of Earth, Lord Fau, and the others. Enough, enough! Administrator Shuzga nodded repeatedly, and his face was full of surprise. This esteemed guest, I'm really sorry, but this is just a routine matter. If we offended you just now, please forgive us. When the time comes, we will waive a portion of the slave's fees, which will be equivalent to your compensation. Chapter 1195. Others would think that Yi Tianyin was a fool for such a high-profile behavior, but he wanted to show that he was a nouveau riche and could attract everyone's hatred. Those from the evil spirit race thought that Yi Tianyin was too high-profile. As long as he went out, wouldn't he be robbed? Others think that he is too high-profile, but Yi Tianyin is deliberately doing this, letting them fall into the trap he laid himself. These traps were easy to see and a little stupid, but since they were from the same race, they basically didn't have any doubts. After this high profile, Yi Tianyin continued to auction, and even fewer people dared to compete with him. How many star stones could he exchange for with so many weapons? The key was that he might not be using weapons to exchange for them, but other things. No matter what, at least no one dared to compete with him. As long as Yi Tianyin raised the price, they would immediately choose to give up. It couldn't be helped. Yi Tianyin was so rich and overbearing. Who dared to compete with him? No one present could compete with him and didn't have that much money. Thus, they could only watch helplessly as Yi Tianyin bid for the slaves. At the same time, they constantly guessed Yi Tianyin's background. They all guessed that he came from the divine domain. Otherwise, how could he have so many high-grade weapons? He even bid for the blacksmith. What is he doing? He already has so many weapons, yet he still wants to bid for the blacksmith? That's right, isn't this too much of a scam? I just wanted a blacksmith to strengthen my faction, but he has already been bid for. He is just rich and can buy whatever he wants. I wonder when I will have so much money. What made them feel the most ridiculous was that Yi Tianyin had bought the blacksmith. It was very difficult for the evil spirit race to learn other professions, especially the higher-level professions. For example, the blacksmith could learn by themselves. The divine pattern masters could also learn, but there were pitifully few divine craftsmen. This meant that they could still learn the professions at the Fanyu level, but they basically couldn't cultivate the professions at the higher levels. Perhaps this was their shortcoming. No race was perfect. They had greater power, but they didn't have the talent in this area. It was indeed a bit of a trap. Therefore, they kept mixing the bloodlines to see if they could improve the situation in this aspect. Reality proved that there was a slight improvement, but only a slight one. Unless the majority of the bloodline belonged to another race, the effect would not be as good as the talents of other races. For example, back then, he had continuously devoured the divine spirit race's bloodline in order to strengthen himself. However, there was always a limit to how much he could strengthen himself. Thus, capturing the experts of other races and making them their slaves was the best and fastest way to solve this problem. If they lacked alchemists, they would find alchemists. If they lacked blacksmiths, they would find blacksmiths. There was no pressure at all. Soon, under Yi Tianyin's brutal bidding, the auction came to an end. Usually it was very intense. Even if the price increased bit by bit, at least the atmosphere was very lively. Now, as soon as Yi Tianyin made his bid, there was an awkward silence. It was not interesting at all. No one would bid against him, so the price immediately sank to the bottom. Fortunately, the prices weren't bad, so Deacon Shuge didn't have any complaints. It was just that during this auction, Yi Tianyin would probably provoke quite a lot of people. However, it didn't matter to him. As long as he paid, Etienne's life and death had nothing to do with him. The last slave is a divine craftsman. He is a divine craftsman, and the price is very worth it. The starting price is 10,000 star stones. 15,000 star stones. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? This is a divine craftsman. All right then, if no one else wants to bid, then 15,000 star stones will be won by that distinguished guest. Auctions were just that boring, and it ended so easily. It could be said that this was the first time in history that an auction ended so quickly. After it ended, none of them left immediately. Instead, they stayed behind to look at Etienne's appearance. They didn't know what this rich and overbearing fellow looked like. Following that, Etienne walked out with Mingyu. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he slowly walked down with an expressionless face, looking very cold. He allowed them to size him up and endured the gazes of countless evil spirit race members. He arrived in front of Deacon Shugo and asked, "How many star stones in total?" "Hello, a total of 376,400 star stones. Since you bought quite a lot, we will give you a discounted price. 350,000 star stones will do." Deacon Shugo gave a ruthless discount of over 10,000 star stones, which could be considered a very good deal. "Not bad. Then I will pay with star stones," Etienne said. "Ah, pay with star stones." Deacon Shugo was shocked. He thought that Etienne would pay with weapons, which made him a little disappointed. Although there were many weapons in the auction, who would dislike a high-grade weapon? After buying it, they could auction it again and immediately earn a lot. "Why, can't I?" Etienne looked at him indifferently. "Sure, no problem." Deacon Shugo nodded, and his eyes shone brightly. It seemed that Etienne's net worth was really rich. Not only did he have a lot of star stones, but he also had a lot of weapons and treasures. Immediately, Etienne took out a storage ring and transferred a pile of star stones to it. "Many thanks, esteemed customer. This is an additional ring for you. It is specially used to store slaves." Deacon Shugo gave out a ring. This was a living being ring. The cost was relatively low, and it could be used to store slaves. It was impossible to bring dozens of slaves or hundreds of slaves to wander around blindly, right? Therefore, there were such rings to store slaves. Some powerhouses even had thousands of slaves. Therefore, they needed this living being ring even more. Okay. Etienne took the storage ring. Actually, he had a lot of them, but since the other party had given them to him, he was too lazy to refuse. "Okay, I will transfer the slave oath to you now." Deacon Shugo was about to transfer the slave oath to Etienne, but Etienne gestured him not to hurry. "You can transfer the slave's oath to her." Etienne pointed at Mingyu and said. Deacon Shugo was startled. He had never heard of such a method. "She is my slave. Is there a problem with handing these things over to her?" Etienne said indifferently, "No problem, no problem." Deacon Shugo smiled indifferently. Since Etienne had said so, what else could he do? Let alone Deacon Shugo. Even Mingyu was startled. She did not know why she was transferred to her. "In a while, explain the plan to them. The auction is about to start. Don't disappoint me." Etienne transmitted his voice to Mingyu. Mingyu was startled. Then her eyes narrowed and she nodded. Chapter 1196. After the auction, Deacon Shugo said respectfully, "Is there anything else I can help you with, esteemed guest?" "There is indeed something that I need your help with," Etienne said with a smile. "What is it?" "As long as we can help, we will definitely help." Deacon Shuji's eyes lit up. "It's very simple. I want to meet your president," Etienne said indifferently. "I have a deal to discuss with him personally." "This." Deacon Shuji's smile sank, but he nodded and said, "Then let me talk to the president first." It's not very convenient for him recently, so I can only talk to him first. If he is not willing, there is nothing I can do." He was very apologetic. It didn't seem like an excuse, but it was really not easy to talk about it. "Sure." Tianyan nodded and gestured for him to quickly talk to the president. Soon, Deacon Shu Go turned around and went in to look for the president. After a short while, Deacon Shu Go came out and bowed. "The president said that he allows you to see him. Please follow me." Deacon Shu Go gestured for Tianyan to follow him. He turned around and walked in first, and Tianyan followed behind the curtain. At the same time, Earth Lord Fau and the others had gathered outside and were discussing something in secret. Why did Deacon Shu Go bring people in? He should be going to meet the president. No matter what, we should discuss how to split it when the time comes. Can't we just split it evenly? How else can we split it? Yes, split it evenly. When that kid comes out, we will join forces to sneak attack him and snatch all the slaves and treasures. Earth Lord Fau wasn't the only one present. Earth Lord Fan Na was also present. There were also other Earth Lords gathered together to discuss something. They were all plotting how to deal with Tianyan and how to split Tianyan's treasures. There were 7 or 8 Earth Lords present, and they were extremely envious of Tianyan's wealth. If they could snatch it, they would definitely be able to increase their strength by a lot. The evil spirit race was not particularly united, and there were still some struggles. While they were discussing, Tianyan, led by Deacon Shu Go, stopped in front of a door. "The guild leader is inside." Shu Go pushed open the door and gestured for Tianyan to enter. Tianyan nodded and lifted his foot to walk inside. After entering, Deacon Shu Go quickly closed the door, not daring to leave it open for too long. After entering, the first thing he felt was dense demonic energy, which was actually the energy transmitted by the dark attribute core. There was a darkness element core buried deep beneath their feet. What entered his sight was an evil spirit expert, sitting in front of him and looking at him. He was extremely burly, and he was a pure evil spirit. His cultivation was at the 7th layer of the Lord of Heaven. As a guild leader, it was not surprising that he had such strength. With such strength in Fanyu, he could indeed do whatever he wanted. But in the divine realm, he was only considered average strength. Precisely because he was in Fanyu, there was no need for him to have such a strong cultivation. It was still very comfortable here. "I heard that you want to see me and discuss a deal with me?" President Miso squinted at Tianyan, trying to see something from him. However, no matter how he looked, he could only see that he was from the evil spirit race, and a very pure one at that. His cultivation was only at the 1st refinement Earth, Lord level. He could not see through this evil spirit puppet. It was exactly the same as the real evil spirit race, so naturally he could not see through it. "Yes, it's a very simple deal." Tianyan smiled faintly and said, "I think you should have a special treasure. I wonder if you can sell it?" President Miso's eyes narrowed, but he immediately smiled faintly and said, "What special treasure? Why don't I know? We basically only sell slaves here. As for treasures, I do have them, but they're limited to various weapons. They're not as good as your weapons, or at most, they're on par. No matter how good they are, they can't be sold here." When he said that they couldn't be sold, he naturally meant that the price was too high. No one could afford it, even if they wanted to sell it. For example, if a heavenly Tao weapon was thrown down, who could afford it? At the very least, these Earth Lords would not be able to afford it. Even the Lord of Heaven would have to go bankrupt to be able to afford it. It was normal that President Miso did not tell the truth. Tianyan had already expected this. "All right then. In that case, I won't disturb you anymore." Tianyan nodded and turned to leave. "Esteemed guest, you're welcome to come again." President Miso smiled. Since he could buy so many slaves, he was an esteemed guest. Naturally, he had to give him a gift. Suddenly, Tianyan's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. In the next moment, he appeared behind President Miso. With lightning speed, he grabbed President Miso's head and slammed it against the ground. There was a loud thud. At the same time, the power of the title was released. The extreme suppression of the heavenly Tao quickly weakened President Miso's strength by 300%. Under this crazy weakening, President Miso's strength was at most at the first or second level of the Lord of Heaven's cultivation. It was simply not enough. Under this complete suppression, President Miso's strength was directly sealed, and he could not move. You're a human. President Miso glanced at the person pressing down on his head. It was not the evil spirit from before, but a human. If Yi Tianyin wanted to use the effect of the title, he naturally had to reveal his true body. Otherwise, he would not be able to release the power. You guessed correctly, but there's no prize. Yi Tianyin sneered. Since you're not willing to bring me there, I can only bring you down to get it. Then he lifted President Miso up. Apart from sealing his strength, he also chopped off his limbs so that he could not move. No matter how he screamed, it was meaningless. This was because such screams could not be transmitted out. They were all isolated by him. Yi Tianyin stepped under the chair. Then there was a rumbling sound. The ground slowly opened up to reveal a long staircase leading downwards. How did you know there was a secret passage here? President Miso was extremely shocked. He had hidden it so well. How had he been discovered? I saw through it at a glance, idiot. Yi Tianyin had indeed seen through it at a glance. However, it had been through the appraisal eye. If it had been anyone else, they would not have been able to see through it. Then he grabbed President Miso's head and quickly rushed down the passageway. After they went down, the door of the secret passage quickly closed. There was no trace of them at all. Even if Deacon Shu Gu returned and saw that they were not here, he would not suspect anything. He would probably think that President Miso had brought Yi Tianyin down this secret passage. Chapter 1197. As Nie Yen grabbed Miso's head and ran down, he sensed an increasingly dense, dark energy coming from underground. After running for a while, they arrived in front of a large door. This door was so thick that not even a Lord of Heaven could break it open. If it was Yi Tianyin, he would be able to break it, but if he did so, it would alarm the big shots of evil Moon City. Hence, he kept a low profile, letting Miso summon him, then launching a sneak attack. Everything was going according to plan. Open the door for me. Yi Tianyin dragged Miso forward. I won't open the door for you, you damned human. Bang. Yi Tianyin grabbed Miso's head and smashed it against the door. After smashing it twice, the door slowly opened. The main thing was that once the door was stained with President Miso's blood, it could slowly open. Without his blood, the door could not be opened. I didn't ask you to open the door for me. I was just saying. Yi Tianyin dragged Miso's head back. Miso was already dizzy. Being smashed twice was a real pain. After the door opened, a thick wave of dark attribute energy rushed over and began to heal President Miso's injuries. However, it was useless. Yi Tianyin quickly suppressed it, making it hard for him to recover. After entering, the first thing that came into view was naturally the dark core. The massive dark core was embedded in the ground, surrounded by divine rune rays so that the dark energy could flow to its surface. The dark core was only one of Yi Tianyin's targets. The other was the spirit fruit growing on top of the core. That's right, a fruit tree was growing on top of the core. It looked like a plump black fruit was forming, emitting a faint black glow. This was a rank 6 god realm dark spirit fruit, an extremely high-grade spirit fruit. According to legend, it would only grow on a core. This kind of dark spirit fruit would constantly absorb the core's energy. Normally, it would only grow 2 spirit fruits. The main thing was that after growing 2, the energy essence of the parasitic core would be sucked dry. However, in terms of rarity, this dark spirit fruit was much more valuable than the core. The 2 were not even on the same level. Cores were very precious, but they were divided into different grades. The dark core in front of him was only a second-grade treasure. However, this second-grade treasure couldn't be compared with other treasures. The main thing was its usefulness. The core could allow a planet to have more life. The use of this dark spirit fruit was to crazily strengthen one's dark attribute physique, which could raise one's realm by a large margin. If one did not have the dark attribute, after consuming it, one would be able to obtain the dark attribute constitution. Moreover, it would be the dark sage body, which was considered to be of a higher grade. It was just that the difficulty of condensing this dark spirit fruit was too high, and the time required was similarly very long. Without tens of thousands of years, it would be impossible for the dark spirit fruit to grow. The fact that the dark spirit fruit was about to ripen meant that it had been growing for tens of thousands of years. It was obvious that Miso wanted to keep it for himself so that he could improve his physique. Who would have thought that Tianyin would discover it? His appraisal, I pierced through the layers of divine runes and saw the situation inside. What attracted him the most was the dark spirit fruit. As for the dark core, it was not bad, but there were quite a few of them here, so it would be difficult to take them away. The core wasn't something that could be taken away at will. If it could be taken away at will, it would have been easily taken away by others. If one wanted to take away the core, one would need powerful heavenly Tao energy to turn into a rope and drag the core away. This had to be dragged away slowly, which was rather difficult. Or rather, dragging a core away was equivalent to turning oneself into a big target. How could one not attract attention? However, Tianyin had a bold idea that he hadn't tried before. Perhaps he could try it now. You, how did you find the dark spirit fruit here? Miso was shocked. He was about to go crazy. Why do you care how I found it? Since I found this place, everything here belongs to me. Tianyin looked at the dark spirit fruit. He felt that it was not bad, mainly because it could be used to strengthen the evil spirit puppets. The stronger the evil spirit puppets were, the better. In the future, they could be his fighters. How could he waste them? Especially with so many evil spirit race beings after killing so many, his cultivation would definitely rise rapidly. Following that, the heavenly tribulation would be difficult to resist. Without some foundation, it would be difficult to rush to a higher level. The dark spirit fruit was undoubtedly a good thing. It could greatly strengthen one's physique. When the time came, it would undoubtedly be easier to sneak into the evil spirit race. Strength was always the most important. If he didn't want the forces in the divine realm to reject him, he had to increase his cultivation. Only then could he successfully sneak in. Otherwise, how could he sneak in without even a stepping stone? Be *starred, I am going to kill you. Miso roared. He wanted to struggle and resist. But how could he be stronger than Tianyin? Kill me? Then I'll kill you first. Your value is only to help me open the door. Then Tianyin squeezed hard. With a bang, Miso's head was easily crushed, turning into a ball of blood. He was here to open the door. If he forced his way in, the impact would be too great. Ding! Successfully killed Miso. Obtained 7 compressed experience points. Evil spirit blood, evil spirit bone, evil spirit soul, Lord of Heaven level. If the evil spirit puppet absorbed the evil spirit soul of the Lord of Heaven level, the effects would undoubtedly be even more shocking. After killing it, Tianyin came in front of the dark spirit fruit. As soon as he got close, the dark spirit fruit immediately swept out several pitch-black whips towards him. Tianyin stretched out his hand and lightly flicked the pitch-black whips away, dissipating in the air. Squeak, squeak, squeak! The dark spirit fruit let out a few screams. The long whips that were thrown out were actually its roots. Since its roots had been destroyed, it would definitely feel pain. However, this way it wouldn't continue to attack. It even attacks people and wants to suck me dry. Tianyin narrowed his eyes and looked at it. As expected of the dark spirit fruit, the fruit of evil, it wants to suck anything with a bit of life force. It's a pity you met me. But I don't have time to wait for you to condense a second fruit. Tianyin reached out and waved at the dark spirit fruit. A powerful force immediately locked onto the dark spirit fruit. The dark spirit fruit writhed wildly, trying to break free. But how could its strength compare to Tianyin's? With a gentle tug, the dark spirit fruit let out a shrill cry and was caught in his hand. As soon as it landed in his hand, a plume of black smoke floated up from the dark spirit fruit. Then the dark spirit fruit in his hand was no longer a dark spirit fruit, but a beautiful girl. This girl had beautiful eyes and black hair. Her skin was like jade. She was even more beautiful than the women outside. Chapter 1198. The dark spirit fruit turned into a beautiful girl, looking pitiful and pitiful. In this case, there are still many people who can't bear to eat it. Young master, please let me go, okay? The girl begged. I will help you, let you become stronger quickly. Please don't eat me. Get lost. Tianyin's eyes turned cold. The strength in his hand suddenly increased a bit. Under the squeeze, the girl screamed. The illusion suddenly disappeared and turned back into a spirit fruit, no different from before. This is undoubtedly the charm ability of the dark spirit fruit. It wants to charm Tianyin so that he won't eat it. However, it doesn't make any sense. This charm is meaningless to him. He can easily break it and turn back into an ordinary dark spirit fruit. This is a small trick of a high-grade spirit fruit. If he really listened to it, he doesn't know from which angle it will attack him and suck him dry. Spirit fruits that reach this level, including other spirit herbs, have some initial spiritual wisdom. How can it let others eat it at will? Therefore, it will definitely use some means to protect itself. However, illusion is always illusion. It is not a real entity. It is easy to see through. This kind of charm is meaningless to him. It only arouses his anger. Since it dared to charm him, he will not be polite. It has a little spiritual wisdom. If it was any other cultivator, they will really be charmed by you. Tianyin looked at the dark spirit fruit coldly. If he is a little careless, he will die. Compassion can exist, but it depends on what you have compassion for. The dark spirit fruit is evil. It will devour anything except itself. It will not make sense to sympathize with it. It will only make you become its fertilizer earlier. Immediately, he threw the dark spirit fruit into the shop and sold it in exchange for a few 100,000 crazy points. Not compressed crazy points. The two are different concepts. Then he looked at the situation in the shop. This dark spirit fruit is expensive, as high as 80 million crazy points. Converted to compressed crazy points is equal to 8 points. When it was sold, it was only a few tenths of compressed crazy points, but when it was bought, it cost 8 crazy points. This shop was simply an invincible scam. Tianyin wasn't an idiot. The reason he sold it to the store was simple. It was to let him buy the dark spirit fruit. Dark spirit fruit is very rare, so it's normal for it to be worth 8 crazy points. This way, he would be able to purchase it at will. It wouldn't be a problem to use it to strengthen the evil spirit puppets, or use it to replace other treasures. After all, this item was considerably rare. If Shifeng brought it to God's domain, it would cause a mad scramble for it. If it was sold, it would cause an even greater uproar. For him, as long as he has crazy points, he can buy unlimited items, regardless of the number of times. It would be a little painful in the beginning, but at least they could keep buying. After all, the dark spirit fruit needed to grow on top of the dark core and needed to be nurtured for tens of thousands of years. He could not afford to wait that long. The simplest and crudest method was to throw it into the store and buy it again. It was simple, crude, and quite practical. If he doesn't have crazy points, he will have it later. 8 crazy points. Tianyin shook his head. The price was really high. If it weren't for the fact that he was surrounded by star monarch level and above, he doesn't know how many crazy points he could get from killing them. Immediately, he looked at the dark core. He lifted his foot and came to the front of the dark core. He reached out and climbed on it. Collect! With a whoosh, the huge dark core disappeared in front of him. Originally, the dark core was filled with dark core, but now it was empty. It was like a big piece of empty space. The dark core didn't disappear, but he kept it in his inventory. He wanted to try this before, but he can't take away the dark core at will. Otherwise, it will definitely cause a big mess. The dark core here is different. There's no problem in taking it away at will. After trying it out, he easily put it into his inventory. It was extremely easy. Instant kill, all storage space, and even the inner world. It's really taken away. This way I can easily take away the dark core. Tianyan was happy. He wanted to ask if he could take away the dark core. If he could smoothly steal the dark core here. That would be perfect. After taking away the dark core, he didn't stay here for long and left. When he went up to the top, the room was still empty. No one came in. After opening the door, he saw Deacon Shu Ge waiting outside, not daring to leave. Honored guest, you came out. May I know what's the situation with President Miso? He couldn't feel President Miso's aura, so he was a little confused. Your president is still in the secret room. He said not to disturb him. I used a good treasure to exchange with your president. I think he is going to go into seclusion. Tianyan lied without blinking. Deacon Shu Ge nodded. He didn't think Tianyan was lying, so he didn't go in. Mainly, he felt that with such a huge gap in cultivation, how could Tianyan hurt their president? Then Tianyan swaggered out. As soon as he came out, he immediately attracted the attention of Earth, Lord Fau, and the others. They looked at each other, indicating that they would act according to the plan. Tianyan lifted his feet and flew out, planning to leave Evil Moon City. After flying out of Evil Moon City, he flew straight to the spacious world outside. Actually, he just randomly chose a place without the evil spirit race and flew to see how many people would chase after him. After flying for a while, he came to a rather remote area, and suddenly a few figures appeared in front of him. Friend, where are you going in such a hurry? The people who appeared in front of Tianyan were Earth Lord Fau, Earth Lord Fanna, and other Earth Lords who came out of nowhere. In the blink of an eye, 6 Earth Lords blocked in front of him. Before Tianyan could reply, a few more figures appeared beside him. Earth Lord Fau, you guys really came to intercept us. At this moment, a group of Earth Lords appeared at the side. When they saw them, they weren't surprised. Earth Lord Yuge, you guys actually came. Earth Lord Fau and the others' eyes turned cold. With so many people involved, it wouldn't be easy to split the spoils. The other group also had many Earth Lords. There were also 5 of them. In total, there were 11 Earth Lords surrounding them. It was really a big move. Chapter 1199. Earth Monarch Fau, if you can come, why can't we? Earth Monarch Yuge and the others looked at them coldly with hostility. It wasn't that they didn't have a good relationship, but there were too many people now, and it wasn't easy to distribute the items. Before they finished their conversation, another group of Earth Monarchs appeared. From a dozen, they piled up to 20, then 30. After piling up, there were finally more than 40 Earth Monarchs, and some Star Monarchs surrounded them. There were more than 70 of them in total. It was unknown if this number would increase, or if 1 or 2 Lord of Heaven would appear. With so many Earth Monarchs, it's the right decision to be high profile. Tianyan smiled. This was what he needed, to capture most of the Earth Monarchs in one fell swoop. There were many Earth Monarchs in Evil Moon City, but most of them were here. As long as they eliminated this group of Earth Monarchs, Evil Moon City's combat power would be reduced by half, and the rest would be left to Yuming. This was equivalent to giving Yuming a mission. If he couldn't even complete this mission, then he wouldn't be qualified to be the God General. While he was planning how to crush this group of idiots, they were in a heated argument. I didn't expect all of you to come. Why? Do you all want to get some benefits from him? Aren't you? He has so many weapons and treasures, and there might be more that he hasn't revealed yet. We just came along to ask for a weapon or 2. Bullsh*T. He provoked me before, and even tried to snatch my slaves. He didn't give me any face at all. What did he do to you? He has no enmity with us. He just came to borrow some treasures. Do you have anything to say?" They all started cursing at each other, not wanting each other to get involved and affect their own benefits. "Enough!" Earth Monarch Fan Na snorted and said coldly, "What are you arguing about? Now is not the time to say such things. Let's see what treasures he has first." Hearing this, the other Earth Monarchs nodded in agreement. It seemed like Earth Monarch Fan Na's words carried quite a lot of weight. Immediately, everyone calmed down and stopped arguing. Then they all stared at Tianyan. "Unfortunately, you've provoked me. I asked you to give me some face, but you refused. Now I'll give you a chance. Either you die or you hand over all your treasures. It's that simple." Earth Monarch Fan Na said coldly, "I'm giving you a chance to redeem yourself. I don't care where you come from, but Evil Moon City is our territory. In our territory, you have to listen to us." Earth Monarch Fan Na was just that arrogant. She might not have any say in the deity domain, but in Evil Moon City there was no problem. She didn't dare to say that she had absolute authority, but at the very least, most of the Earth Monarchs would stand behind her. "I'm just buying slaves normally. What's wrong with that?" Tianyan shrugged. "It's true that you bought slaves, but you bought the slaves that I wanted. That's a big mistake." Earth Monarch Fan Na looked at him coldly and said, "It seems like you don't know how to do things. I don't know which faction taught you, but it's a miracle that you can cultivate to this level." "What? From your tone, it sounds like I'm going to die if I don't listen to your orders?" Tianyan laughed. "No, I should say that I'm going to die from the very beginning. I don't think you'll let me go. You just want to see what treasures I have so that you won't destroy them in a fight." Weapons were naturally harder to destroy, but elixirs were easier to destroy. Therefore, they first gave a scare before attacking fiercely. They couldn't figure out Tianyan's identity, so the best outcome was to kill him. As long as they killed him, everything would be a secret. Earth Monarch Fan Na's cold eyes flickered with coldness. "It seems like you're not stupid, but there's something wrong with your head. Since you figured it out, it'll be much easier. If you're straightforward and hand over all your treasures, we won't let you die too painfully." From the very beginning, they didn't plan to let Tianyan go. Now that they were exposed, they could only tell the truth. "Is that so? If I really did that, then there must be something wrong with my head." Tianyan glanced around and said with a sneer, "My friend, don't hide, come out quickly." Earth Monarch Fan Na and the others were startled and quickly looked to the side. There was no one there. They quickly looked to where Tianyan was and found that he was still there. He didn't purposely deceive them and then run away. Not willing to come out, Tianyan flicked his hand, and a beam of light burst out and then fell on the corner of the room. Bang! A group of figures appeared on the side. They were none other than Deacon Shu Ge and the others from the auction. He didn't expect them to follow him. "Esteemed guest, we don't have any ill intentions. We're just here to take a look." Deacon Shu Ge rubbed his palms with a wretched expression. Who would believe him? Even a 3-year-old wouldn't believe him if he was just here to take a look. "Deacon Shu Ge, you're all here?" Earth Monarch Fan Na's expression sank. She didn't expect them to hide behind her without being discovered. "We don't have any ill intentions. We're just here to take a look." Deacon Shu Ge chuckled. "Don't talk so much nonsense, since you're already here. There's no point in continuing to talk like this." Tianyan said indifferently, "Do you want to come here to rob us? Didn't you say that I'm an esteemed guest? Is this how you treat an esteemed guest?" "This." Deacon Shu Ge squinted at him and smiled. "Esteemed guest, you've misunderstood us. If you're willing to pay the price, we'll do our best to protect you and prevent them from harming you. However, the price is a little high. I hope you can understand. Looting a burning house. The status of the auction house wasn't low. They didn't even fear Earth Monarch Fan Na, so they naturally dared to say such words. Deacon Shugo, how dare you? Earth Monarch Fan Na's eyes turned cold. She didn't expect Deacon Shu Ge's group to interfere. If they rescued Yi Tianyan, who knew what kind of identity Yi Tianyan had, at that time, Deacon Shugo would definitely gain double the reward. You flatter me, you flatter me. Deacon Shugo smiled. I'm a coward. I just want to do some small business. Now, there were two sides. As long as Yi Tianyan said he would hand over the treasures, Deacon Shu Ge's group would immediately charge over to rescue him. Otherwise, he would be at the mercy of Earth Monarch Fan Na's group. Chapter 1200. They thought that Yi Tianyan would choose them, but little did they know that Yi Tianyan wouldn't choose anyone. Seeing them quarreling made him laugh. More than half of the experts in Evil Moon City had come. In total, there were at least 70 to 80 Earth Monarchs. How could he not be happy with the huge amount of experience points in front of him? I didn't expect to attract so many Earth Monarchs. I've really struck it rich this time. Yi Tianyan smiled and felt very happy. When Earth Monarch FAU and the others saw that Yi Tianyan could still smile, they were instantly enraged. They thought that Yi Tianyan would definitely choose Deacon Shu Go to protect him and escape. That was why he was smiling so happily. Deacon Shu Go had brought a lot of Earth Monarchs. There were also over a dozen Earth Monarchs. Most importantly, Deacon Shu Ge's background wasn't weak. They couldn't casually injure Deacon Shu Ge. Otherwise, President Miso would definitely pursue the matter. Of course, President Miso was already dead, and there was no way he would pursue the matter. Deacon Shu Ge also thought that Yi Tianyan wanted his protection, which was why he was smiling so happily. Esteemed guest, it seems like you have made a wise decision. Deacon Shu Ge responded with a smile. He looked at Yi Tianyan as though he was looking at a money tree that could constantly produce money. Of course, I have made the decision from the beginning. Yi Tianyan smiled. Then you are sure that you want us to be your guards and rescue you? Deacon Shu Ge smiled. Deacon Shu Ge, aren't you being too arrogant? Do you think you can save him with just these few people? Earth Monarch Fan Na and the others were instantly enraged. This kind of condescension was simply too arrogant. That's right. Do you think we are vegetarians? Even if your president is here, he would have to think twice. All of them were infuriated. Even if their cultivation wasn't as high as President Miso's, it didn't mean that they couldn't find someone stronger. Then why don't you try? Deacon Shu Ge's eyes narrowed and flickered with coldness. You guys wait. Yi Tianyan motioned for them to stop. Instantly, everyone's eyes focused on him. Who said that I need Deacon Shu Ge's protection? He doesn't want Deacon Shu Ge's protection? They were all dumbfounded, wondering if they had heard wrong. Esteemed guest, what do you mean by this? If you don't let us protect you, do you think you can escape by yourself? Deacon Shu Ge's expression turned ugly. Wasn't this a slap to his face? No, I won't escape. I will kill all of you here. As soon as the words were spoken, Yi Tianyun's figure appeared in the sky. Before they could react, the title of the top earthly monarch of all times was unleashed. The absolute suppression of earthly monarchs was immediately unleashed, especially with the suppression of the heavenly Tao's power. It immediately caused their strength to shrink drastically. It was as if they had become extremely weak star monarchs. They were greatly weakened. Human race. They were stunned. They didn't know what was going on. Suddenly, a human came out from the evil spirit race's body. More importantly, they felt that their strength had been greatly reduced, and they could not even raise their strength. It was as if there was some kind of power suppressing them, making them unable to move. Die. Yi Tianyan didn't have time to be long-winded with them. His figure flashed, and two figures swept to the side. Yi Tianyan swung his spear. As if he was harvesting cabbages, a wave of evil spirit race was directly swept into ashes. The evil spirit puppets attacked at the same time. One punch was like smashing eggs. It didn't take any effort at all. In the blink of an eye, a majority of the evil spirit race were killed. It was as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. Ding! Successfully killed evil spirit race, Earth Monarch Level 3. Obtained experience. Obtained evil spirit soul, evil spirit blood, Earth Monarch level. Ding! Successfully killed evil spirit race, Earth Monarch level 2. Obtained experience. Ding! A string of pleasant sounds rang out, and shocking numbers kept popping up. The Earth Monarch level experience was quite a lot. Although he needed a lot of experience to level up, it was very little. Coupled with the 64 times experience, it was already quite shocking. Right now, the most important thing for him was to obtain the materials of the evil spirit race. When the time came, he would use them all on the evil spirit puppets, and they would be able to increase by several levels. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the evil spirit race had been swept away. All of them were shocked. Some of them reacted in time to escape, but they realized that they couldn't fly at all. Under the suppression of this title, their speed wasn't even 10% of their usual speed. In Yi Tianyun's eyes, they were like snails. Where are you trying to escape to? Yi Tianyun's figure flashed and blocked in front of Earth Monarch Fan Na. I didn't expect our evil spirit race to collude with the human race. This is simply despicable. Earth Monarch Fan Na was infuriated. What she couldn't accept the most was that her own race would collude with outsiders. This was absolutely not allowed. Even if they had a fierce internal strife, they disdained to collude with the human race. It was simply a disgrace to their status. Is that so? Then you can go to hell and enjoy your despicable life. Yi Tianyun sneered and pierced through Earth Monarch Fan Na's body with his spear. At the same time, with a twist of his spear, the enormous body immediately turned into a blood mist. She couldn't be any more dead. Following that, his figure flashed and blocked in front of Earth Monarch FAU again. Before the other party could speak, he had already pierced through her. Why your human race will be exterminated. Bang! Yi Tianyun twisted his hand, and Earth Monarch FAU was completely exterminated. Before our human race is exterminated, your evil spirit race shall be exterminated first. Yi Tianyun's eyes turned cold. He quickly turned his gaze to the other evil spirit race members and attacked them in a frenzy. None of them could run fast enough, so they could only wait to be slaughtered. The evil spirit puppet quickly blocked in front of Deacon Shugo and swung its fist toward him. Esteemed guest, I promise I won't tell anyone that you are with the human race. Deacon Shugo did beg for mercy, but what awaited him was a cold fist. The evil spirit puppet couldn't speak at all. Previously, it was Yi Tianyun who had used his voice. Right now, the evil spirit race only gave the order to exterminate the surrounding evil spirit race members. How could it speak? It basically killed one with a single punch, and all of them died like dogs. Under the joint attack of the human and the puppet, 80 to 90 evil spirit race members were easily eliminated, and they obtained a huge pile of experience points and materials. The densely packed pile of decent materials was enough for the evil spirit puppet to improve by a large margin. Not bad, not bad. The harvest is bountiful, but it's still not enough. Yi Tianyun looked at the evil moon city in the distance and focused his eyes. The materials were still too little, and he needed more materials to upgrade it. He wanted the evil spirit puppet to reach the peak stage of the Earth Monarch realm or the Lord of Heaven in one go. Only then would it be more valuable. It's about time to start. Most of the Earth Monarchs have been eliminated, and the rest are just some low-tier trash. Yi Tianyun's eyes turned cold. The cleanup operation was about to begin. Chapter 1201. Yi Tianyun's gaze turned cold, and with a wave of his hand, Yu Ming appeared in front of him, along with a bunch of other slaves. Currently, The group of slaves had mostly recovered, and their mental states were much better. When they saw Etienne, they were all stunned. They had never seen Etienne's true body before. They never thought that the master they believed in was actually a human. Even if they had said it before, now that they saw it with their own eyes, they were all stunned. "Master, this servant is ready to receive your orders." Yu Ming half knelt in the air, her face full of respect. She knew that after being summoned, it would definitely begin. And most of the Earth monarchs have already been eliminated by me. You will encounter very few Earth monarchs later. But don't worry. Leave this to me. I will help you deal with it. Etienne said in a deep voice, "Your main mission now is to liberate more slaves and let them join your camp. Follow me and destroy all the evil spirit races in this area. Can you do it?" "This servant can do it," Yu Ming shouted sternly. "All right, this is the equipment I bestowed upon you." Following that, Etienne took out a set of high-grade reincarnation-level equipment and gave it to her. These were all dropped from killing the Lord of Heaven, and there were quite a few of them. "Thank you, Master." Yu Ming did not decline. Without a good weapon, it would be difficult to suppress the evil spirit race. "I will send some helpers over later to let you guys get to know each other first." Etienne stretched out his hand, and the Star Overlord appeared in front of everyone. Its golden body looked extremely conspicuous. They widened their eyes, seeing that they had never seen the Star Overlord before. They did not know what kind of demon beast it was. "It is your companion. Later on, it will attract more similar companions and help you guys. Don't mistake it for an enemy." Etienne reached out and rubbed its small head as he looked at them and said, "Yes." They shouted in unison. They had long been trained by Yu Ming, and with the addition of the slave oath, they were absolutely obedient. "Begin." Etienne waved his hand, and Yu Ming quickly turned around and led everyone towards Evil Moon City. They were about to start a crazy killing operation. Following that, Etienne looked at the Star Overlord. This little fellow even waved excitedly. It knew what was going on and felt that it had something to do, so it was naturally very excited. Etienne has already communicated with it, and it said that it can summon Star Sea Demon, but its cultivation level will be relatively low, basically not too high, at most Star Monarch level. This area was too remote, and it was already good enough to attract starry sea demons. It would be too difficult to attract high-level existences. This area was too, and it would have. Since it was, it would be it. Etienne put his hand on Star Sea Demon's forehead, and a surge of EXP flowed into its brain. Soon, it easily reached the 6th refinement Earth Monarch level, and the heavenly tribulation appeared in the sky. This was the heavenly tribulation of the 6 refinements Earth Monarch level. It shouted excitedly. It hadn't been able to break through easily, so it was naturally very happy that it could. The main thing was that Etienne had isolated the above experience, and he didn't dare to release it in the divine domain. If it was seen, it would be troublesome. Now it was different, and it could pass the heavenly tribulation at will. Soon, the heavenly tribulation of the demon appeared. It was different from the heavenly tribulation of cultivators, and it was filled with a surge of power. When the Star Overlord saw it, it screamed and charged towards the tribulation cloud. A golden light streaked across the void, and it tore this overbearing heavenly tribulation apart. It was easily broken without any difficulty. It was as domineering as before, and it used its own power to disperse the heavenly tribulation. Along with the energy of the heavenly tribulation, it bathed in it and felt very refreshed. "Continue." Etienne reached out and pressed on the head of the Star Overlord, and another wave of experience flowed in. He needed a lot of experience now, but the Star Overlord needed less. The accumulated experience was enough to raise it by several levels, and there was no problem. Kaboom! Soon, the heavenly tribulation attacked again, and it was very excited. It shouted at Etienne gratefully, and it charged forward again, tearing the heavenly tribulation apart. As a god-level demon, it was very difficult for it to break through. Now that it followed Eteonion, it easily broke through. It was really easy. How could it not be grateful? Eteonion didn't stop. He continued to let it break through another level, and only stopped when it reached the 8 refinements of the Earth Lord. It wasn't that it lacked experience, but it needed a break. Squeak, 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 squeak. The Star Overlord called out to Eteonion. His cultivation was very high, but he still couldn't speak, but he could transmit his voice to Eteonion. What, you said that you can summon a stronger star sea demon? When Eteonion heard that, his eyes lit up. Without a doubt, after his cultivation increased, he could summon a stronger existence. Not long later, star sea demons flew over from the surroundings. They were all 2nd or 3rd layer star venerates, with the highest being 7th or 8th layer star venerates. Previously, it could only summon 1st or 2nd layer star venerates. As its cultivation increased, it could summon even stronger ones. The most important thing was that it could summon even farther. After all, in the deity domain, it could summon Earth venerates. There was no pressure at all. Attack! Eteonion did not delay. He immediately led the Star Overlord over in a frenzy. Behind him were groups of star sea demons, densely packed together. It was unknown where they came from. Unexpectedly, there were so many star sea demons in this venue. There were not as many as in the deity domain, but there were at least 1,000 of them. This was already a horrifying force. Following that, the densely packed star sea demons charged down and started a frenzied massacre everywhere in Evil Moon City. Ding! Killed an evil spirit race member, 2nd layer star venerate. Obtained experience. Ding! Killed an evil spirit race member, 1st layer star venerate. Obtained experience. Ding! Successfully saved a slave, 1st layer star venerate. Obtained experience. Ding! Success! Before Shao Qin charged down, he already heard notifications continuously popping up. There was not much experience, only a few 100 million. If converted to compressed points, it would be a few thousandths of a point at most. That was pitifully little. The main thing was that the experience Yu Ming obtained from killing was only a few times more. Furthermore, his cultivation was so low. How could it be that much? However, it was a little surprising that Shao Qin could obtain experience from saving people. More importantly, he obtained a lot of materials from killing. When Mingyu kills enemies, he can still obtain materials. This already makes him very satisfied. Chapter 1202. Kill, kill, kill. Yu Ming's eyes were bloodshot. The weapon in his hand was like the scythe of a death god, continuously harvesting the lives of the evil spirit race. The rest of the slaves were the same. Their eyes were bloodshot. They would never forget the damage the evil spirit race had done to them, whether it was to himself, his family, or his friends. They would all cause irreparable harm. Therefore, when Yu Ming revealed his plan, each and every one of them was boiling with excitement. Even the Demon Fox clan's twins and the like were thoroughly angered. Even if their battle prowess was not strong, they were willing to give it their all. Even if they died, they would kill a few evil spirit races. However, the reality was not as difficult as he had imagined. As the Earth Monarchs had basically been eliminated by Eteonion, the remaining ones were at most at the Star Monarch level. In addition, they continued to kill the evil spirit race, and more slaves joined in, making them stronger and stronger. This was a place with more slaves than the evil spirit race. Once all the slaves were liberated and a large-scale attack was launched, it would be difficult for these evil spirit race-s to resist. A group of lowly life forms actually dare to resist. Go and die. At this time, a 3rd refinement Earth monarch, evil spirit race, appeared out of nowhere. He angrily waved his gigantic sword and heavily slashed down from the sky. The tyrannical sword light illuminated the entire area. Yu Ming's gaze turned cold. Just as he was about to fight to the death, a figure had already charged over. A cold light streaked across the sky, and following that, the evil spirit race was cut into two. Master. When Yu Ming saw that it was Yi Tianyin, he was overjoyed. I've said before, leave these guys to me. Yi Tianyin smiled indifferently. He was very satisfied with Yu Ming. Yu Ming led the slaves to continuously slaughter the evil spirit race, and it was very orderly. Every region had its own arrangements, and Yu Ming's orders could be said to be fast, accurate, and ruthless. There was basically no need to consider anything. The truth proved that he had been overthinking. He had thought that Yu Ming would not be easy to lead, but in reality, it had far exceeded his imagination. This was completely her strength, due to her own ability. These slaves who joined her were especially loyal. This was the benefit of having a high commander value. You could command more subordinates. It was just that after the commander's subordinates killed the evil spirit race, they received even less experience. Fortunately, there was still some. It was better than nothing. Immediately after, Yi Tianyin continued to fly to other places to check if there were any fish that slipped through the net. As long as an Earth monarch appeared, he would immediately reinforce them with his fastest speed and kill them. During this period of time, many Earth monarchs were killed by him. Basically, there were not many Earth monarchs left in the Evil Moon City. However, there was one super expert who did not appear, and that was the Evil Moon City's city lord. After killing so many evil spirit race they still hadn't appeared. They were either cultivating in seclusion, or they couldn't be bothered with them. Yi Tianyin temporarily ignored the city lord and continued to exterminate the Earth monarch or the evil spirit race with a stronger cultivation. Among them, the Star Overlord was even more tyrannical. He controlled a group of star sea demons and charged forward with a sweeping momentum. Wherever he went, not a single blade of grass would grow. When these star sea demons fought, they could easily tear the evil spirit race who had a strong physique into pieces. However, as the number of slaves increased, the speed at which they were killed would increase by a lot, to the point that they would be much faster than the star sea demons. After all, there were more slaves, and if they weren't strong enough, they would just have to make up for it with numbers. At the same time, inside Demonic Moon City, there was a thick shield that wrapped around the outside. The main city of Demonic Moon City was tightly encircled. Many of the evil spirit race inside were already in a state of panic. Many of the experts that they had sent out had never returned. Especially from here, one could see that the outside was covered in blood. More and more slaves had joined the battle, and it could be said that the entire Evil Moon City had been turned upside down. Hurry up and ask for reinforcements. Go and get Yellow Heaven City to send all the experts over to support us. If this continues, the Evil Moon City will be finished. The evil spirit race who were guarding the main city wiped off their cold sweat. Seeing the situation outside, their hearts sank to the bottom. The guards immediately went to ask for reinforcements. Who would have thought that the impregnable Evil Moon City, where no one had dared to casually attack the evil spirit race's forces, would be sent flying today? Lord Venter, is the city lord still not out of seclusion? The guard asked anxiously. If the city lord comes out of seclusion, would it be their turn to be so arrogant? Lord Venter said angrily, right now we have to defend the main city to the death. We must not let them attack, or else they will disturb the city lord's cultivation. The city lord is at a critical moment right now. He is preparing to break through to the 9th floor of the Lord of Heaven. Once he comes out, any intruder will die. While they were defending the main city, the outside world had already been completely turned upside down, and groups of evil spirit race had been exterminated. Before long, the outside of the Evil Moon City had already become Dead Moon City. Yi Tianyin brought a group of people and charged towards the main city. The group of slaves behind him completely obeyed Yu Ming's orders, and Yu Ming obeyed Yi Tianyin's orders. They surrounded the main city so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Master, this is the main city. I heard that the city lord is in closed-door cultivation and won't be able to come out for a while. It's just that we're unable to break through the main city's barrier." Yu Ming explained from the side. "The main city's barrier." Yi Tianyan looked at the sturdy barrier and smiled. "It's normal for you to be unable to break through it. Without the Lord of Heaven, it would be difficult for you to break through this barrier." "Then let me break it. Let's see when the city lord will roll out of the turtle hole." When Lord Venter saw Yi Tianyan rushing over, he quickly sized him up. "Humph! A trash earth monarch dares to break our main city's barrier? Even a third or fourth level Lord of Heaven might not be able to break through it, let alone a mere earth monarch." They had absolute confidence in this barrier. Those below the Lord of Heaven would definitely not be able to break through it. Yi Tianyan laughed loudly and rushed over. He stretched out his hand and lightly tapped on the barrier. With a dong sound, the sturdy barrier trembled slightly, but it didn't shatter. Lord Venter and the others were stunned for a moment before they laughed loudly. "I already said that he wouldn't be able to break through it. With this level of cultivation, go back and cultivate for a few hundred years." Before he finished his sentence, there was a crack sound. Following that, dense cracks started to spread from the place where Yi Tianyan attacked. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a dense spider web and spread out in all directions. Bang! Chapter 1203. The indestructible legend was shattered by a human earth monarch. Just like that. Venerable was dumbfounded. Their mockery turned into shock. Not only them, even the slaves looked at Yi Tianyan in disbelief. He actually broke the main city's barrier. They had been slaves here for many years. How could they not know the situation here? Without a powerful cultivation, it was impossible to break this barrier. Now that it was broken so easily, they were dumbfounded and felt that it was unbelievable. Only Yu Ming faintly smiled. Everything was within her expectations. As far as she was concerned, her master was a god. This barrier could be easily shattered. There was no pressure at all. This is impossible. How can such a sturdy barrier be broken? Venerable was in disbelief, especially since Yi Tianyan was only an earth monarch. How could he be so terrifying? This was the barrier that they were so proud of. It was impossible to break it so easily. But the truth was that it was easily broken. Following that, he saw a cold light piercing through the sky. Then his consciousness completely disappeared. Everything he felt disappeared. Bang! The area where Venerable was turned into a blood mist, and Yi Tianyan appeared at the side. He killed Venerable with a single spear strike. He did not waste any time talking nonsense. "Kill!" Yi Tianyan waved his spear and pointed forward. The last main city was here. As long as he took over this main city, the evil moon city would be conquered. Perhaps this was just one of the cities of the evil spirit race, but it represented the first step of suppressing the evil spirit race. The other celestial domain forces did not dare to come close, so he would take the first step. He would let the other forces know that there were still people who would choose to resist. "Who dares to barge into my territory?" Accompanied by an angry roar, a huge figure flew out from the main city. The huge wings on his back spread out, and the 16 arms on his back symbolized absolute power. This was the most evil spirit race Yi Tianyan had ever seen, and it was even more than the last time he saw one. It seemed that as his cultivation continued to increase, he could continue to grow and would not stop. Without a doubt, he was the city governor of demonic Moon City, City Governor Lunhan. Now that he had successfully broken through to the 9th layer of the Lord of Heaven, he was considered one of the best in Fanyu. As soon as he appeared, the power of the Lord of Heaven was completely released, covering the sky and covering the earth. Groups of slaves were terrified, and hundreds of thousands of soldiers were frightened by this aura and continuously retreated. Just his aura alone was enough to scare them away. This was the difference in cultivation. It couldn't be made up for with numbers. Just a look was enough to scare them out of their wits. This was not surprising. With the cultivation of the Lord of Heaven at the 9th layer, crushing them was as easy as drinking water. He was not afraid of numbers. He could kill them all with a flip of his hand. "City Lord, the City Lord has come out." The guards were all extremely excited. Seeing the City Lord come out meant that everything had been resolved. After City Master Cold Soul came out, he looked around coldly and became even angrier. "A bunch of trash! They can't even suppress this little thing. If this news gets out, I'll lose face as a City Lord." He saw groups of slaves being liberated and many evil spirits being killed outside, but he didn't feel sorry at all. Losers were trash, and trash didn't need sympathy. What made him most angry was that demonic Moon City was in a mess, which meant that he didn't do his job well. If the God realm blamed him, he would lose his position as the City Lord. Then he turned to look at Tianyin and sized him up. No matter how hard he looked, he couldn't find anything wrong. "Strange. I can't see through your cultivation." City Master Cold Soul's eyes darkened. He didn't expect that there was someone he couldn't see through. He could only feel that it was the cultivation of an Earth Lord. But for him, this was enough. "It seems that you led the slaves to rebel and got rid of that pile of trash. I have to say that you're quite capable." City Master Cold Soul said sternly, "But it ends here. Today, all of you will die. No one will be left alive." He was completely infuriated. He didn't plan to leave anyone alive. It didn't matter if the slaves died, but the traitors had to die. They didn't even have the value to continue being slaves. The slaves felt a chill in their hearts. Some of them turned around and wanted to escape. They were completely scared out of their wits by City Master Cold Soul. They were already scared out of their wits after just a few words. "Calm down." Yu Ming snorted, and his voice spread in all directions. The flustered slaves immediately calmed down, and their eyes were filled with fanaticism. They couldn't retreat even if they died. "Oh, interesting. You can actually keep them calm. It seems that you're the mastermind behind the chaos in Demonic Moon City, right? Then I'll start with you." City Master Cold Soul stretched out his hand, and a huge palm appeared in the void and pressed down on Yu Ming. He saw that Yu Ming had the ability to lead, so he mistakenly thought that Yu Ming was the real leader. A high cultivation didn't mean that he was the leader. He might have some other identity. Therefore, he decided to kill Yu Ming first, to catch the leader first. When the huge palm came down, a cold light streaked across the sky and tore the huge palm in half. It was as easy as tearing a piece of paper. "Didn't you start with me?" With the help of the title, he didn't even need to use crazy damage mode to increase his damage by 15 times. He didn't feel any pressure breaking the opponent's attack. City Master Cold Soul's eyes narrowed. He didn't expect his attack to be broken so easily. "Not bad. I'd like to see if you can overturn this place." City Master Cold Soul roared and reached out his hand to cover Tianyin. His 16 arms kept forming hand seals in the air, and 16 huge palms appeared in the air, wrapping around Tianyin. Each of the huge palms was like a mountain, and there were 16 huge palms in total. It was so overwhelming that there wasn't even a place to escape. "Suppress him." Tianyin snorted and released the power of the title. City Master Cold Soul's body shook violently, and he felt his power weakening rapidly. His strength dropped from level 9 of Lord of Heaven to level 5 of Lord of Heaven. His power was weakened by half. What's going on?" City Master Cold Soul panicked. His attack power was reduced by half, and his huge palms shrunk to a small hill. They didn't even look like they were on the same level. "Oh, it seems like it's a high-level Earth Monarch breakthrough. The weakening effect is a little weak." Tianyin smiled. If others knew what he was thinking, they would vomit blood. Chapter 1204. The City Lord of Cold Soul City was shocked by this move. His strength was suppressed in all aspects. The feeling of supremacy was instantly suppressed, and he felt a deep sense of helplessness. Facing the weakened city Lord of Cold Soul City. Tianyin waved his hand, and the surrounding attacks were immediately cut into countless pieces by his spear. It could be said to be extremely fragile. Such an invincible attack was so weak in front of him. The slaves, who were extremely terrified, were stunned when they saw the city, Lord of Cold Soul City, being suppressed. The invincible city, Lord of Cold Soul City, was so weak in front of a human? Or rather, their new master was so powerful that even the city Lord of Cold Soul City could not do anything to him. Actually, this was the effect that Tianyin wanted. He wanted to stabilize the army's morale and not make them extremely terrified of the city Lord of Cold Soul City. He wanted to let them know that the city Lord of Cold Soul City was not invincible, but he was. With so many cultivators, he still needed Yu Ming to lead them to attack the other evil spirit race forces. After all, they all had one thing in common. They were tortured by the evil spirit race and hated each other deeply. If they fought like this, their morale would definitely be high, and their combat strength would far exceed their usual state, especially when they liberated the slaves again and saw that they were all the same kind. It would be easier for them to join in. As they grew stronger, they would have the main force to attack the evil spirit race. This is your strength. Tianyin looked at the city Lord of Cold Soul City and said indifferently, so weak, "Where's that arrogant aura just now? Why did it suddenly shrink? Men are so weak, it's really disgraceful. What kind of strength is this? What treasure did you use?" The city Lord of Cold Soul City ignored Tianyin's mockery. He was extremely shocked, as he had never encountered such a situation. In his opinion, Tianyin must have some treasure. Otherwise, how could he suppress his strength? The other party was only an Earth monarch. How could he suppress his strength? Treasure? Tianyin sneered. You don't need to know that. As soon as he finished speaking, he brandished his spear and pierced it toward City Lord Lung Han. This time he was not defending passively but actively attacking. After the long spear in his hand spun crazily, a bright moon appeared in the sky. Moon will spell. A bright moon appeared in Tianyin's eyes, revolving in his eyes, radiating light in all directions. In an instant, the void was enveloped by the moonlight. After City Master Lung Han was enveloped by the moonlight, he felt as though he was frozen in place, unable to move at all. Ta Heaven's path martial art. City Lord Lung Han immediately sensed what martial art Tianyin had used, but it was too late. He could only hear a ringing sound. Buzz! A white light swept past his body. He opened his mouth slightly, wanting to shout something, but no matter how hard he shouted, he couldn't make a sound. Soon after, his body was gradually swallowed up by the white light and finally disappeared completely. Not even a speck of him was left. Ding successfully killed City Lord Lung Han, obtained 13 compressed EXP, 7 compressed Crazy Point, 5 compressed SP obtained Evil Spirit Soul, Evil Spirit's Blood, Evil Spirit's Bone, Lord of Heaven level, Evil Spirit Race's Map, rare, Evil Spirit Wheel, rare. Killing City Lord Lung Han gave him a bunch of things, including the Evil Spirit Race's map, which made him very interested. It was a detailed map of the Evil Spirit Race's distribution. It even marked the name of the city lord, and the distribution of the major forces. Compared to the information given by the Moon Spirit Pavilion, it was much more detailed. The two were not on the same level. It's not that Moon Spirit Pavilion is too weak, but it's difficult to infiltrate into this place. It's impossible to bribe the Evil Spirit Race. If the Evil Spirit Race is too strong, they won't betray their own forces. Therefore, it's already very good that Moon Spirit Pavilion could find such detailed information. Obtaining the Evil Spirit Race's map was equivalent to filling in a lot of gaps. Evil Spirit Wheel, what is this? Tianyin looked at the Evil Spirit Wheel carefully and realized that it was similar to a tracking device. As long as it was selected, it would immediately know where it was. This was suitable for finding the main Evil Spirit Race experts and achieving the effect of capturing the leader first. This caused his eyes to light up. Even if it wasn't the evil spirit race, he could still use it. This meant that whoever he wanted to find, he could use this wheel to guide him. However, this was similar to the soul guidance from a long time ago, but the soul guidance was for missions. If it wasn't in the mission list, then it wouldn't be able to be used. The evil spirit wheel was different. As long as it was a target, it could lock onto them and quickly find them. This could be said to be an absolute divine tool. As long as the target was locked onto, he could quickly find them. Naturally, it was a divine tool. This way, he didn't need to search for any information. He could just read out their names, and they would automatically lock onto their targets. Of course, the prerequisite was that they didn't have the same name. If they had the same name, there was a simpler and crude method, and that was to have their clothes or blood, which could be immediately locked onto. He was just like a dog, easily finding their location. Divine tool. Yi Tianyun's eyes lit up. Although he didn't need to find anyone for the time being, it was better than nothing. He didn't expect to get such a thing after killing Lan Hun City Lord. It was a pleasant surprise. Lan Hun City Lord has been killed. At this moment, the evil spirit race in the city were all stunned. Their most invincible existence was killed in an instant. It's an absolute instant kill, a one-hit kill. Everyone can see that Yi Tianyun deliberately held back before. It's not a one-hit kill. Now that he had made his move, it was an absolute instant kill, an instant kill. Flatten the main city. At this moment, Yi Tianyun stretched out his hand and pointed, waking the dumbfounded people up. They immediately started shouting crazily. Kill! Flatten this main city. Kill all these bastards. Kill all these enemies. Kill! They all rushed towards the main city with tears in their eyes. They didn't even need Yu Ming to lead them. They rushed forward like crazy. The place that they had always been afraid of, the place that they were afraid of, was now going to be destroyed by them. At least they could take revenge for their friends and family. Soon, the guards in the main city were quickly overwhelmed, and they couldn't resist at all. With Yi Tianyun beside them, how could they resist? They were easily killed, and their deaths were very tragic. The main city was trampled crazily. No matter what it was smashed by them. They really wanted to flatten it, not keep it. However, even if they flattened this place, their anger did not disappear. Chapter 1205. The Evil Moon City was quickly flattened. The originally luxurious main city was turned into ruins, just like that. They didn't take anything. They just crazily destroyed everything, wishing that they could destroy every corner of the city. Even Yu Ming had joined the ranks, crazily destroying everything. Yi Tianyun stayed by the side and watched as they continued to destroy. He had no intention of stopping them. From this, it could be seen how much damage these people had suffered from the evil spirit race. This made them extremely crazy. Even the originally weak races were now, like strong men, able to erupt with astonishing power that exceeded their previous limits. The evil spirit race has really done too many unjust things. Yi Tianyun's gaze turned cold, and he immediately turned and flew into the depths of the main city. In the depths of the main city, there was a dark core. It should be said that there were several in this area. It was just a matter of size. He flew over one by one and took them away. He easily took away these cores without any difficulty. The other cultivators still needed to use spirit ships to drag them away. If they wanted to truly take them away easily, they would need to be at least at the Sky Sovereign level. As for cultivators below the Divine Lord level, they could only use the stupidest method, which was to use the heavenly energy to drag them away. This method was the most efficient, but he could only do so. Fortunately, he had an inventory. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to take it away so easily. He could only watch helplessly as he stayed here. Who knew how long it would take for him to drag it away? After taking it away, he immediately told them to quickly leave. They couldn't stay in this area any longer. He believed that the evil spirit race would come to support them soon. If they continued to stay here, they would have to engage in a fierce battle. After giving the order to retreat, they quickly retreated, running as far as they could. After they left for a period of time, reinforcements arrived very quickly. A huge spirit ship quickly flew over, and several figures descended from it. They were all experts of the evil spirit race. The strongest were at the Lord of Heaven level, and the weakest were at the Earth Lord level. When they came down and saw the scene in front of them, they were all stunned. The evil moon city had been reduced to ruins, but this was not the main point. The main point was that there was no core energy at all. This was what shocked them even more. If Evil Moon City was gone, it could be easily rebuilt. But if the core was gone, how could it be rebuilt? The core was the key to maintaining the cultivation environment here. Without the core, this place would be no different from other Fanyu places. If there was no difference, then it would not be able to become a main city. In fact, it would not even have the qualifications to become a city. The core is gone. What happened? The Lord of Heaven's eyes were filled with disbelief. He really couldn't think of anyone who could move the core so quickly. This was Fanyu, not God domain. It was normal for a god's domain to be easily transferred. But this was Fanyu. How could the celestial master appear here? However, the truth was right before their eyes. The cores were gone. Not a single one was left. All that was left was a pile of rubble. Other than that, he could smell the thick stench of blood. There were countless corpses here. There were cultivators, and there were evil spirit races. Everything was so tragic. To them, the most important thing was where the core was. My lord, it seems like we have to quickly report to God domain. This is too strange. The powerhouse next to him suggested. Yes, we rushed over very quickly. Moving the core in a few days, this is simply impossible. Unless one's cultivation is at the level of a celestial master, it is impossible to be so fast. But why did a celestial master come to a small place like ours? Why would they take a fancy to a small core like ours? They were really puzzled. The cores were divided into grades. Their grade was ordinary, so it was impossible for a celestial master to take a fancy to them, especially since they were related to a fourth grade god domain. Why would an ordinary celestial master come to make things difficult for them? Unless they wanted to give them a good reward. Just as they were feeling very puzzled and were about to inform the powerhouses of God domain, a figure appeared beside them. Let me tell you, I was the one who took it. Tianyun smiled and said, so there's no need to guess anymore. I was the one who took it. When Tianyun suddenly appeared beside them, they were all shocked. They looked him up and down as if they had seen a ghost. Human. They were shocked. How could a human have such strength? Just as they were about to ask a few more questions, Tianyun had already disappeared from where he was. In the next moment, Tianyun appeared beside them and smashed the Lord of Heaven powerhouse with a palm. Then he kicked the other two Earth monarchs to death. When there was only one left, he glared at him and exchanged glances with him. The other party's gaze quickly became dull, and he was quickly charmed by Tianyun. He was no different from a puppet. Since the eyes of enchantment had been upgraded, there was no pressure to charm the Earth monarch at all. You want to report to God domain? Tianyun sneered. Wait until I destroy all the forces here first. Then he looked at the puppet-like evil spirit race Earth monarch beside him and quickly flew towards Yellow Sky City. In the Fanyu region, there were a total of 2 largest regions, and the rest were small regions. Therefore, as long as these 2 main cities were suppressed, the Fanyu region would basically be breached. Yu Ming, settle them down, and only select the strongest to go. As for the rest who don't have much combat power, don't bring them. When Tianyun flew over with the evil spirit race Earth monarch, he said to the meteorite at the side. At this moment, Yu Ming popped her head out of the meteorite. When she saw the evil spirit race Earth monarch beside Tianyun, she was a little surprised. She didn't know how Tianyun subdued him. He looked like a puppet and just stayed at the side. Yes, master, Yu Ming said. And, after settling them down, bring them to Yellow Sky City and prepare to attack at any time. Yellow Sky City is bigger than Evil Moon City. Do you have the confidence to complete this battle? Tianyan looked at her and said sternly, Yes. Yu Ming half knelt on the rock and said in a deep voice, This servant will definitely destroy Yellow Sky City. If I can't destroy Yellow Sky City, this servant will bring my head to see you. All right, then I'll go to Yellow Sky City to check on the situation now. I'll leave the rest to you. Tianyan was like a hands-off shopkeeper, handing the rest of the preparation work to Yu Ming. Chapter 1206. After Tianyan gave his instructions, he quickly flew to Yellow Sky City. Yu Ming quickly started to make arrangements for the old, weak, and sick so that they could leave this place quickly. While the other forces of the evil spirit race had not discovered the situation here, he quickly made arrangements to prevent anything from happening. After a period of travel, Tianyan soon arrived at Yellow Sky City. Yellow Sky City was the same as Demonic Moon City. There were many dark cores embedded here, and it was more prosperous than Demonic Moon City. There were two important main cities in Fanyu. Demonic Moon City was one, and Yellow Sky City was the other. The other small cities were temporarily ignored. His main goal now was to take down the two main cities. After liberating enough slaves, he could hand them over to Yu Ming to clean up. As for the experts, there was no need to worry at all. Fanyu was still Fanyu. The evil spirit race could not send many experts to guard it. Unless a strong enemy attacked, they would not send any experts. The strongest here was the Lord of Heaven. Normally, the Lord of Heaven would gather in these two main cities. As long as the two main cities were destroyed, everything would be easy. It could be said that most of the Lord of Heaven stayed in the two main cities. After being destroyed, it would naturally be easy to clean them up. Reporting, City Lord Ai Te, the reinforcements we sent have returned. However, only 2 of them have returned. They have urgent matters to report. In the main city of Yellow Sky City, everyone, including the city lord, was the same as usual. When they suddenly received the rescue signal, they immediately sent people over. During this period of time, they were all very confused. Was there really an enemy attack? Who was this arrogant person who dared to cause trouble for them? Now that the people they had sent out had returned, City Lord Ai Te hurriedly said, "Hurry up and let them in. Tell me what's going on." Soon, 2 figures came in from outside. One of them was naturally Tianyan, and the other was the puppet that was being controlled. He had easily snuck in. This was the effect he wanted. He did not even need to sneak in. Instead, he swaggered in. It was much faster than before. "Only the 2 of you are left?" City Lord Anti looked at them and frowned. "Yes, only the 2 of us are left, and the situation is very serious. City Lord, please gather all the generals here for a discussion. There's something urgent to discuss." The Earth Lord at the side had a solemn expression, as though there was really an emergency. This was all done under Tianyan's orders. City Lord 8 nodded and said, "All right, I'll gather them now." He was not suspicious. After all, this was a very serious matter. Let the other generals come over to discuss this matter. This way, they could immediately start the discussion and the subsequent discussions. Very soon, City Lord Anti went to summon the various generals, as well as the various leaders. There was no need to doubt this. After all, they were on the same side. What could they doubt? This was the reason why Tianyan left one of them alive. After being charmed, he could control her and say whatever he wanted. At that time, he could use it as a cover to avoid being suspected. Now was the best proof that everything was going according to his plan. Once they gathered all the generals, they would be able to capture all of them in one fell swoop. After eliminating all the experts of Yellow Sky City, everything would be easy. Next, it would be up to Yu Ming's performance. Under City Lord Anti-summons, the other generals hurried over, causing the originally empty palace to become lively all of a sudden. There were dozens of experts present. Among them there were more than 10 Lord of Heaven, and the rest were all Earth Lords. However, their levels were relatively low. They were all at the 4th or 5th level. Actually, it was not that their talent was not good, but the difficulty of the evil spirit race's tribulation was too high. It was already quite shocking to be able to reach the 4th or 5th level. Only a few dozen. Etianyan felt that this was not a very good number. If there were more, it would undoubtedly be more ideal. Along the way, he had investigated the situation in Yellow Sky City. There were at least a few hundred experts above the Earth Lord level, far more than in Evil Moon City. Yellow Sky City was bigger than Evil Moon City, so it was not surprising that there were so many experts. Now that only a portion of them had come, it should be because their status was higher, so naturally only they had come. If they had all come, it would have been a mess. The evil spirit race had a very clear hierarchy. If they could not reach it, they would not have more power. After the evil spirit race came over, they were all very confused. They did not know what was going on. City Lord Anti had suddenly summoned them, and they did not know what was going on. Looks like everyone is here. Something serious has happened in Evil Moon City. Previously, Evil Moon City sent a signal asking for reinforcements. We sent Wild Soul Divine General over, but he did not return this time. City Lord Anti said with a serious expression. Just as he said this, it immediately caused a huge uproar among the evil spirit race. They were all shocked by this news. Wild Soul Divine General was an expert at the level of the Lord of Heaven. How could he be gone just like that? City Lord Anti, what is going on? The other evil spirit race immediately sensed an uneasy aura. We'll have to ask the 2 survivors who have returned. City Lord Anti looked towards Etianyan. The other evil spirit race all looked over, wanting to hear what they had to say. Let me say it. Etianyan smiled and walked out. He looked at them and said, City Lord Anti, are all the generals here? City Lord Anti looked at him in confusion. Although he felt that he was very unfamiliar, he did not suspect anything. After all, no matter how he looked at it, he was from the evil spirit race. Naturally, he would not think that he was a fake. Not all of them are here, but most of them are here. Some have gone out and have not returned yet. You should have followed them out of Evil Moon City, right? Just tell us now. Tell us what force dares to be so bold. City Lord Anti's gaze was extremely cold. It was like a sharp blade, ready to head to Evil Moon City to take revenge at any time. Etianyan glanced at the evil spirit race and smiled. This force is... All of them leaned over and listened carefully to which force wanted them to take revenge. From their point of view, as long as it was a force that was hostile to them, no matter what force it was, they would be flattened one by one. Buzz! A round of moonlight flickered beside their necks, followed by the sound of blood, mist exploding. One by one, the generals were turned into blood mist by this round of moonlight. Almost in an instant, half of them were easily killed. Before the evil spirit race could understand what was going on, half of their companions had already died. Human race? City Lord Anti quickly reacted. He saw a figure in the cold light. It was the figure of a human. Chapter 1207. How a human barged in was no longer important. The most important thing was to stop this human expert. Stop him! City Lord Ai Te roared and unleashed all his power. However, his cultivation was not particularly shocking. It was only at the 9th level of the Lord of Heaven, similar to that of City Lord Lung Hun. Actually, the cultivation of these city lords was similar. Originally, a late-stage Lord of Heaven and Fan, he was already able to control the situation. Any higher and it would be a huge waste. It should be said that a Lord of Heaven was already a waste in Fanyu. With an Earth Lord presiding over the situation, there was basically no pressure. Most of the forces in Fanyu were at the Star Lord level, and it could even be said that there were very few Star Lords. Sending an Earth Lord was already enough to crush all the forces in Fanyu. The reason why they still had heavenly lords guarding this place was for the sake of safety. It could make these forces more stable, and also to have a city lord with a strong cultivation to control their forces. If there was a powerful leader, they would be very united. If there was no powerful leader, it would be very easy for them to become a pile of loose sand. How could they manage if everyone refused to submit to each other? Suppress. At this instant, the 10 chains in Yi Tianyin's body were released, forming a dense iron net behind him. The extreme heavenly Tao shackles were like existences that suppressed all heavenly Tao energy. Once the 10 refinement shackles appeared, all heavenly Tao experts below the 10th refinement would be suppressed. Earth Lord 10 refinement. They were instantly stunned, an existence that exceeded their understanding. Looking at the twisting shackles in the void, a sense of helplessness descended, making them unable to breathe. All the Earth Lords were like children, unable to move at all. An existence at the level of the Lord of Heaven was directly weakened by more than half. Be it cultivators or the evil spirit race, they were still using the heavenly Tao energy. As long as they had the heavenly Tao energy, those who were inferior to Yi Tianyin would all be suppressed. The most terrifying ones would be directly weakened by 1,000%, and the weakest would be weakened by 100%. This kind of basic cultivation was equivalent to being cut in half. Even if it was a Lord of Heaven level 9, it would at most be at the 5th level. Die. Yi Tianyin used the full moon mantra again, and a bright moon appeared in the sky. This was one of the ultimate techniques of the vast sky sovereign. A power that seemed to be able to control time, froze their space-time. In reality, it was freezing them and slowing down their movements. He did this so that they wouldn't be able to escape, so that he could kill them. Although he could charm those evil spirit race S to counterattack, killing them would not give him any experience. Bang, bang, bang. A bright moon was reflected in their eyes, and then they lost all consciousness. In the end, all of them were pierced through and exploded, turning into a mist of blood. 10 refinement Earth monarchs crushing them was as easy as drinking water. No. City Lord Etna roared in anger and rushed forward to intercept him. But how could his current power compare to Yi Tianyin's? Bang! Yi Tianyin swung his spear, smashing City Lord 8 to the ground. He didn't kill him in one shot. What? Are you sad about the death of your companion? Or do you think you lost and feel sad? Yi Tianyin nailed his spear to his body and said coldly, "Why didn't you feel this way when you went to trample other planets, capture them as slaves, and kill their families? Winner takes all. I admit it." City Lord 8 gritted his teeth. "But so what if you're a 10 refinement Earth monarch? Our king is much stronger than you. You humans will still become our slaves in the end." "Oh, I don't know how strong your king is, but no matter how strong he is, I'll surpass him." Yi Tianyin's eyes were cold. His clothes fluttered because of his aura. "No matter who it is, there will be no exceptions." City Lord 8 laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke. "You can surpass a heavenly sovereign. Are you worthy? Heavenly sovereign." Yi Tianyin smiled disdainfully. "That's just the beginning. What's there to be proud of? Trash." Before City Lord 8 could retort, the tip of his spear had already slashed forward. City Lord 8 died under his spear, turning into a large pile of experience and materials. He did not stop and continued to kill the evil spirit race members who were running away. They were all killed by him before they could escape the gate. The ground was covered in blood. The only ones left standing were the 2 evil spirit race members he had controlled earlier. In order to prevent the evil spirit race members from escaping, he deliberately charmed one more. It was very easy to sneak attack from the side, and he would not be detected at all, especially those who were being sneak attacked. They never thought that they would be sneak attacked by their companions. However, they would never know. This doubt made them die with grievances. "Finally, it's your turn." Yi Tianyin came in front of them and flicked his finger. They immediately woke up and looked at him in fear. What kind of evil magic is this? They screamed, their eyes filled with fear. They were instructed to attack their companions at will. One could imagine how they felt. The feeling of not being able to control it was what terrified them the most. Demonic arts? A group of demons talking about demonic arts? Tianyan laughed. Even if my methods are very cruel, they are not even a tenth of yours. Then he relaxed a little, and the two of them were directly blasted into a mist of blood. He did not do too many cruel things, and settled them all in one move. He could not be bothered to waste any more time. All of them have been cleaned up, but there are still some that have yet to be cleaned up. We can basically start now. Tianyun's gaze turned cold. Holding onto his spear, he started to smash at the quasi-main city crazily, causing the berserk power to explode in all directions. A loud sound exploded in the main city, causing all the evil spirit races to jump up from the explosion, and all of them looked over. What's going on? What happened in the main city? All of them did not know what was going on and quickly flew over. Most of them were Earth monarchs. The main city was an important place. Whoever dared to cause trouble would be sentenced to death. At the same time that many evil spirit races flew over, Yu Ming, who was outside the Yellow Heaven City, saw the scene and her figure gradually disappeared. Very quickly, she reappeared in the air outside and said in a deep voice, "Is everyone ready?" Just as he finished speaking, figures started to appear from the pile of rocks at the side. They were all the slaves. "Ready," they shouted in a stern voice. "All right, Master has already begun. According to this instruction, we are preparing to attack. The method of battle is no different from before. Kill as many slave masters as possible, then rescue more slaves to join us. Then we will flatten the Yellow Heaven City." Yu Ming's gaze was ice-cold as he said, "We absolutely cannot fail in this battle. We must repay Master's kindness, and we must repay our hatred even more." "Yes, sir." Chapter 1208. Tianyun's plan was to coordinate from within and without. Right now, he was crazily causing trouble, attracting the attention of all the evil spirit races, causing them to come over one after another and catch all the experts in one fell swoop. They might not be able to attract all the experts at the Earth Monarch realm and above, but they would be able to attract a portion of them. As long as they could kill as many experts at the Earth Monarch realm and above, they would be much easier to deal with. As expected, it quickly attracted many Earth monarchs. When they saw that it was a human, they were shocked. Why were there humans making a ruckus there? Tianyun's gaze turned cold. Holding onto his spear, he transformed into a ray of cold light and rushed over. The group of evil spirit races did not even have time to react. Their bodies were already frozen in the air. After a breath of time, they exploded in the air one after another, turning into clouds of bloody mist. They were dead beyond dead. Ding! Successfully killed the evil spirit race, second-level Earth Monarch. Obtained experience. Ding! Successfully killed the evil spirit race, first-level Earth Monarch. Obtained experience. Ding! Success. A stream of EXP flowed into his mind and became part of the data. When the evil spirit race saw this, they were so scared that they ran away. Such a heaven-defying human. How could they dare to stay here any longer? However, it was too late. The moment they entered Tianyun's line of sight, they were destined to die. Tianyun continuously swept over, treating these powerful evil spirit races as if they were chopping melons and vegetables. With a wave of his spear, a large group of them died. There was nothing to worry about here. All they had to do was attack fiercely. There were no other races nearby, so there was no need to worry about friendly fire. Instead of looking like he was killing the evil spirit race, it was more like he was demolishing a house. It could be said that this kind of scene had attracted all of the evil spirit races in Yellow Heaven City, wanting to investigate from afar. While Tianyun was going crazy, Yu Ming had already brought a large group of cultivators down. Many of the evil spirit race had gathered towards the main city, and the guards had all gone over, causing the perimeter to not even have any guards, allowing them to easily sneak in. You guys, when the evil spirit race in the city saw Yu Ming leading a large army, they were all dumbfounded. Just as they wanted to escape and report the news, it was already too late. Yu Ming slashed her sword at the waist, cutting a few evil spirit race-s in half on the spot. After killing them, she waved her hand forward, her beautiful eyes revealing a sharp, cold light. Kill! Flatten Yellow Sky City and leave no one alive. Kill! Their morale soared into the sky as they crazily reaped the harvest. As long as it was an evil spirit race, no matter what kind of race it was, they would be included in the kill list. For a time, the entire Yellow Sky City was filled with the stench of blood. They were carrying out a complete flattening operation. They didn't need any intact houses, they just needed to flatten everything. Yellow Sky City fell very quickly. There was nothing that could stop the invasion of this godly brave army. There was also an endless stream of slaves joining them. There was no need for too many words. After obtaining his freedom, he immediately joined the army and followed them to kill the evil spirit race. This was what they had in common. There was no racial discrimination. They were completely united as if they were all from the same race. It didn't take long for Yellow Sky City to be taken down. It was much easier than dealing with Evil Moon City. The main reason was that Yi Tianyun's plan had succeeded this time. Most of the experts had been killed by him, and with the addition of more and more slaves, the efficiency had increased by a lot. Very good. Yi Tianyun's gaze was ice-cold as he scanned his surroundings. Everything was under his control. The two main cities had been captured, and all that was left was to eliminate some small forces. If this matter were to spread, it would definitely shock most of the Divine Realm's forces. The evil spirit race, which so many Divine Realm forces did not dare to casually attack, had now fallen under Fan Yu's forces and had even overthrown two main cities. How could they not be shocked? After seeing that everything could be settled, Yi Tianyun went to dig out the dark cores and stuff them into his inventory one by one. The quality of these cores was not high, but if he could take them away, he would definitely not waste them, especially since these cores were treasures to nurture the evil spirit race. He would rather destroy them than leave a single piece for them. After basically destroying them, they quickly left like a gust of wind. Yi Tianyun did not know if there would be reinforcements, so in order to be careful, he let them retreat first. As for him, he did not have to worry at all. He could escape at will with a divine teleportation stone, so he did not have to worry about being surrounded. After they left, Yi Tianyun squatted nearby to see if there were any reinforcements. After waiting for a few days, a crack appeared in the void, and 3 figures walked out of it. Yi Tianyun took a closer look and saw that there were 3 divine lords. However, thinking about it, 2 main cities had fallen. If they continued to send inconspicuous experts over, it would be meaningless. After the 3 divine lords appeared, they looked around sharply. When they saw that the surroundings had been turned into ruins, their faces darkened. The cores are gone. To be able to drag away the cores in such a short time, could it be that there was an expert helping them? There was a hint of caution in their eyes. To be able to pull away the cores so quickly, their cultivation must not be low. That was an Empyrean-level existence. From the looks of it, this is no longer a small matter, but a very serious matter. The Divine Lord and the others had gloomy expressions. Hurry up and go back to report the matter here. Let our king decide. They did not continue to stay here. They did not even search for a moment before quickly leaving. After all, the 2 main cities had been destroyed and no one was here anymore. There was no need to continue searching. If there really was any expert helping them, they would be cannon fodder if they came here. It would be better to leave quickly and go back to report what had happened here. After they left, Yi Tianyun came out from the corner. Looking at their disappearing figures, he smiled and said, "It's about time we can proceed to the next step." From the looks of it, Yu Ming and the others needed to find a place to hide. He did not know what the evil spirit race's next move would be. In order to avoid any accidents, it was better to let them hide for now. Then he quickly went to find Yu Ming. After explaining the general situation, he went to find a desolate planet with no signs of life around it. It's about time. Let's raise the evil spirit puppets' cultivation first. Then we'll continue with the next plan. Cultivation was always the prerequisite to climbing up. If he wanted to go deep into the divine realm's inner forces, he had to raise his cultivation. One of the reasons he came here to massacre the city was to go deep into the inner regions. Without enough materials, there was no way to improve. Speaking of which, I can also break through to the Lord of Heaven. Chapter 1209. Although Yi Tianyin killed many Earth Lords and Lord of Heaven, giving him experience to break through, but thinking of the situation in the dream, he must be more cautious. Now he still needs a bit of crazy point to upgrade his abilities. He intends to upgrade his Dragon God bloodline and Phoenix bloodline first. He estimated that he still needs a lot of crazy point to upgrade, in addition to other aspects, such as weapons, also need to be strengthened. Although there is a heavenly Tao level weapon in the spoils of war, but it is not suitable for him. So he intends to collect a certain amount of materials and then build a good weapon, and then use it with heavenly Tao martial arts. In this way, even if it is a Lord of Heaven level heavenly tribulation, he can break it. Now what he needs to do is to let the puppet break through, and then go deep into the evil spirit race divine domain, not only to get revenge, but also to earn experience and crazy point. Now I need to improve the power of my physique. After Yi Tianyin chose a cultivation place, he summoned the evil spirit puppet and did not hesitate to exchange 2 dark spirit fruit. Directly used up 16 points of compressed crazy point. After exchanging 2 dark spirit fruit, Yi Tianyin picked up the dark spirit fruit and stuffed it into the mouth of the evil spirit puppet and let it eat it. After consuming it, an evil aura was released from the evil spirit puppet's body and engulfed Yi Tianyin in one fell swoop. The area shrouded by the evil aura suddenly turned into a huge black space, sealing the area. This feeling is more like a black hole, swallowing the energy around. Yi Tianyin instantly teleported out, otherwise he would have a part of his energy extracted. He did not expect that the evil aura of the dark spirit fruit is not weak. After eating it, it has no effect on the body, but it has a great impact on the situation outside. The energy in the original planet was instantly drained, and the hard stones were turned into powder. This situation did not last long, and soon the energy quickly returned to the body of the evil spirit puppet. Soon after, the evil spirit puppet's body became incomparably black, as translucent as a black pearl. It looked much sturdier than before. From the original dark attribute physique, it was instantly upgraded to the dark saint physique. Regardless of whether it was his cultivation speed, strength, or physical defense, they had all been greatly improved. This effect was truly shocking. Even Yi Tianyin was shocked, and even he wanted to use it. However, it was just a thought. His current physique was even more invincible, much stronger than this dark saint physique. After all, the body of a dark saint could only withstand the effects of the dark element, and he needed more than one constitution. Otherwise, it would reject the other attributes in his body, which was not what he wanted. Not bad again. Yi Tianyin continued to stuff the last one in. After the evil spirit puppet ate it, the huge black hole appeared again and absorbed all the energy in the surroundings. After shrinking it again, the evil spirit puppet's physique was strengthened once more. However, the strengthening effect this time was limited. Compared to the first time, it was weakened by half. This was for sure. The original heaven-defying effect would not be as heaven-defying after taking it again. However, he was still very satisfied with this effect. It's about time. With such a huge improvement in physique, it will definitely be much easier to withstand the heavens' tribulation. Yi Tianyin first bought the dark spirit fruit and used it on the evil spirit puppet, mainly to strengthen the puppet's physique again so that it could withstand the power of the heavens' tribulation. He couldn't help break through the heavens' tribulation and could only rely on the evil spirit puppet itself. Therefore, he could only strengthen the physique first so that the evil spirit puppet could withstand more heavens' tribulation. He didn't want the evil spirit puppet's cultivation to be unable to break through to the 7th or 8th refinement of the earth monarch realm. The higher the quality, the more valuable it would be. If it didn't even have this bit of value, how could it survive in the evil spirit race's divine territory? Immediately after, he threw all the materials on the evil spirit puppet. After throwing in pile after pile, the evil spirit puppet became stronger and stronger. Ding successfully broke through to the 2nd refinement of the earth monarch realm. Kaboom! The heavens' tribulation descended rapidly and flickered crazily. It was several times stronger than before. As expected, it was much stronger than cultivators. Every level was several levels stronger. No wonder late-stage Earth monarchs were rarely seen. If this continued, it would definitely be very heaven-defying. However, the evil spirit puppet wasn't afraid at all. It had already put on the armor that Tianyin had given it, and its resistance was even stronger. Immediately after, it threw a punch and blasted the heavens' tribulation. It easily blasted the heavens' tribulation away. After its physique was strengthened, it wouldn't be a problem to crush the heavens' tribulation. Its physique was dozens of times stronger than those at the same level, which was enough to prove how terrifying it was. It was also at the 2nd refinement of the earth monarch realm, but this evil spirit puppet was at least dozens of times stronger than those at the same level. The opponent definitely wouldn't be able to hurt it. This was the power of the dark spirit fruit. Otherwise, President Miso wouldn't be so protective. It was for him to consume it and improve the effects of his physique. Again, Ding successfully broke through to the 3rd refinement of the earth monarch realm. The heavens' tribulation attacked again, but it was still blasted by the evil spirit puppet with one punch. This effect was exactly the same as that of Tianyin back then. It could easily blast the heavens' tribulation to pieces. Ding successfully broke through to the 4th refinement of the earth monarch realm. Ding successfully broke through to the 7th refinement of the earth monarch realm. When it broke through to the 7th refinement of the earth monarch realm, it finally took some effort. The evil spirit puppet passed through the heavens' tribulation, and it was no longer like before, where it could be blasted apart with one punch. This was much more powerful than before. Even with the strengthened physique of the dark spirit fruit, the effect was still not too good. It seems that the 8th refinement of the earth monarch realm is the limit. If I continue to rush forward, I will have to continue to strengthen this physique. Tianyin shook his head. It wasn't that easy to break through. If he wanted to break through again, he would have to put in more effort. If not for the dark spirit fruit, he would have reached the limit long ago. As for breaking through to the 9th refinement of the earth monarch realm, he would need to strengthen his martial arts and spend more time on his physique. However, he didn't have that much time. The 8th refinement of the earth monarch realm was already very good. Again, I will finally break through to the 8th refinement of the earth monarch realm. Soon he continued to smash the materials, filling up the evil spirit puppet. These materials weren't under any pressure at all. He had killed so many evil spirit race for this moment. He had to say that the feeling of continuously leveling up was really not bad. Boom! An even thicker tribulation, lightning wreaked havoc in the sky. This time, Tianyin treated it carefully and let the evil spirit puppet release all of its power. It was a fight to the death. Chapter 12:10. Very good. The last step is to break through to the Lord of Heaven. Tianyin did not stop. He was definitely going to do it in one go. According to his estimations, if he used all the materials, breaking through to the Lord of Heaven would not be a problem. Since he could break through to a higher level, why not? Very quickly, he smashed all the materials in. As expected, it was just as he expected. He just reached the required experience to break through to the Lord of Heaven. Ding! Successfully broke through to the first level of the Lord of Heaven. This time, the heavenly tribulation came again. The heavenly tribulation could be said to be the strongest effect in history. It was almost equivalent to the effect of the previous 8 refinements gathered together and then aimed at the evil spirit puppet. However, it still withstood it again and again. It did not take the initiative to attack, completely withstanding this force bit by bit. With the current situation, this was the only thing he could do. If he took the initiative to attack, it would be better to defend with all his might. After all, the power of taking the initiative to attack was already not enough, so it was better to keep defending. Fortunately, the dark spirit fruit had a good recovery effect. Under the continuous injuries, it kept recovering, and everything was not a problem. After persisting for a week, it finally ended. After the terrifying heavenly tribulation ended, the evil spirit puppet was already heavily injured and looked like it was about to explode. Fortunately, it managed to hold on. If it was a little weaker, then everything would have been for naught. If the evil spirit puppet that he had painstakingly cultivated was destroyed, then it would be troublesome. Very good. Tianyin heaved a sigh of relief. Everything was finally over. Just now, he almost thought that he could not make it. Fortunately, he did not persist to break through to the 9 refinements Earth Lord, or else he would really be finished. The 8 refinements Earth Lord level was already very good. Even among cultivators, it was a very high level. As for the evil spirit race, it was a super genius level. There is the aura of the evil spirit race. Tianyun's eyes flashed. He quickly disappeared on the spot and entered the evil spirit puppet's body. At the same time, he controlled the evil spirit puppet to quickly recover its body. Actually, he did not need to deliberately recover. When he broke through to the Lord of Heaven, thick, dark attribute energy descended from the sky, quickly recovering the evil spirit puppet's body. It didn't take long for the evil spirit puppet to completely recover and be reborn. Moreover, it had become incomparably powerful. Tianyin hadn't broken through to the Lord of Heaven, but his puppet had broken through to the Lord of Heaven first. Of course, the Lord of Heaven was not valuable to him. It was not something that could be destroyed with a single punch. When he opened his eyes, a figure appeared beside him and flew over respectfully. I didn't expect to see Milord breaking through here. I was just passing by and was afraid of disturbing Milord, so I stood guard at the side. Although this lowly one knows that no one can disturb Milord's tribulation, this lowly one still dares to stand guard. The one that flew over was a 2nd refinement Earth, Lord Evil Spirit. He didn't know where it came from, but it just so happened to bump into him. Tianyin felt that the place he had chosen was already remote enough. He never thought that there would still be evil spirit race coming over. Fortunately, he quickly hid in, otherwise he would have been seen. Why are you here? Tianyin controlled the evil spirit puppet to stand up and looked at him coldly. Looks like Milord doesn't know the current situation. The evil spirit race said in surprise, now that the 2 main cities of Fanyu have been destroyed, I heard that a strong enemy is attacking. We can only hide in the divine realm first. But thinking about it, Milord is powerful. There is no need to worry about this. It seemed that the evil spirit race still had no lack of flatterers, no matter what race it was. I'm indeed not worried. Tianyin smiled. He was the one who did it. So what could he be worried about? Why don't Milord go to the divine realm together? The evil spirit race rubbed his palms together. He had already treated him as a bodyguard on the road, and from his eyes, one could see a bit of fear. He was worried that he would be killed by that sudden force, and it was naturally not bad to have more experts accompanying him. Come here. Tianyin waved his hand, signaling him to come over. The evil spirit race did not suspect anything, and flew over, asking doubtfully, Milord, Why did you call this lowly one? Do you know who did it? Tianyin asked. If this lowly one knows and reports it to the Lord of the Divine Realm, he will definitely be able to contribute. The evil spirit race said excitedly. The Divine Realm has already sent people down to investigate, but they can't find out who the mastermind is. They can only offer a bounty to find out his background. And if they find out, they will be heavily rewarded. Actually, I know who did it. Tianyin grinned and said, I can share some information with you. Really? The evil spirit race was pleasantly surprised. He moved closer to his ear and said, Then please share it with me. That's what I did. Tianyin said to him. You did it? Before he could finish speaking, Tianyin slapped him, causing the evil spirit race to explode. At least before he died, he still knew who the real culprit was. After Tianyin killed the evil spirit race, his gaze gradually turned cold. There's even a bounty. The evil spirit race will definitely make a big move. But the more chaotic the better. I want to see just how capable you guys are. Then he started to fly towards the Divine Realm. After he reached this level, he could definitely head to the Divine Realm's forces and easily join them. Fan Yu was equivalent to a training base. When he nurtured a powerful evil spirit race, he would be able to join the Divine Realm's forces. This was equivalent to an outer sect disciple of a force being able to become an official disciple after making a breakthrough. Right now, Fan Yu's forces were equivalent to outer sect disciples. However, now that the outer sect forces had been destroyed by him, and had always been used as a place to train new subordinates, how could they not be angry? With the help of the map he had obtained earlier, he quickly arrived in front of the special passageway. Just like the other forces, there would be guards blocking the passageway. What are you doing here? The guards stopped a group of evil spirit races who were planning to enter the Divine Realm. They were only at the star monarch level. Lord, we want to come in and hide. I heard that some forces are coming to attack us. We are afraid. Scram! The guard coldly interrupted them. Didn't we say that those with cultivation lower than the Earth Monarch are not allowed to enter? But if we continue to stay outside, scram. The guard looked at them coldly, forcing them to scram back. These evil spirit race felt wronged in their hearts, but they could only choose to leave. Those with cultivation lower than the Earth Monarch did not have the slightest bit of authority. Tianyin glanced at them and could not be bothered with them. He raised his feet and flew forward. When the guards saw him, they immediately moved aside respectfully and bowed. Welcome back, Lord!